Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Lowlands League playoffs weekend. Today is day 3 and we're on to the final day. My name is Hamsi, I'm here with Wouter.
Hello guys.
And we are super excited to bring you this final day of GeoGuessr Esports. We've got some banger games coming up, right Wouter?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, only the top of the top are still in the tournament. We've got one more quarterfinal to cover. Then we're moving on to the semifinals of the tournament. We've got a losers final, and then the big grande finale. Super excited.
Indeed. Super excited.
But first, the first game of today, Consus versus Dan. The last quarterfinal that has been left to play. Due to scheduling issue, it's been played today instead of yesterday. Doesn't matter for us. Still a banger of a matchup, right?
Exactly. It's gonna be cinema, surely. Dan, the best moving player, I would say, but Cons is also very capable on every game mode. The consistent.
I mean, this man has been world champion, so I think he knows how to play the game.
Absolutely. Yeah. You could say that.
You definitely could say that, as there he is, Consus from the Netherlands. Favorite countries, Brazil and Kazakhstan. Least favorite countries, Mexico and Ukraine, with no move as his favorite game mode. And that regular season, wow! 17 wins, 0 draws and 0 losses. This man might be favored to win the tournament.
He might just be the favorite if you don't lose anything.
Also,
on your own terms.
Reigning Dutch champion, he won the NK GeoGuessr, of course.
Yep. Yeah. Also, dropped some games though, so maybe during the NK.
Everything is possible. This man, he's not a god. Well,
he did dress like one.
He did dress like one. That's actually true, like a Roman emperor god type. Yeah, he's looking fire. I think he's ready to kick some ass, but he's gonna have to do it against another player who he shouldn't look down upon. He's gonna have to do it against Dan. I see the name change. Oh, we're back.
Yep.
He's gonna have to do it against Dan. Let's see if we can bring him onto the screen, or if his stats. Yeah, there he is. Not exactly dressed as a Roman emperor, but also a very nice style. With his favorite countries being Argentina, Kazakhstan and Rwanda. Least favorite countries, India and Mongolia. With moving as his favorite game mode. And still a very solid regular season, right?
Yeah, indeed. Getting 8th in the regular season, so definitely not a bad finish.
No, extremely strong finish. And now with his previous round 1, he's gonna have to face off against the 2023 world champion. Of course, Consus, the higher seed, so he gets first pick on which game mode we are playing. Is there already some info on what he has chosen?
Consus picked no move,
Consus pick no move. Okay, that's gonna be exciting to see with some no move action coming up first. Are there any predictions for this match?
I think it's gonna be very, very tough to predict this one. I think in regular season, Dan won both moving rounds, so it's gonna be tough.
It's gonna be
Tough
very
to
tough, as we see both players already in game. We're starting with game 1, round 1 of this no move Consus versus Dan game. So we start off in Bangladesh. Both players looking around. Consus with a very fast lock, as Western Bangladesh seems to be the case. Not that big of a difference, as Dan deals the first blow. Not that big of a hit, though.
no, not in Bangladesh, of course. It's not gonna be much damage at all.
Moving on to round 2. Seems I see a
Red
red
car.
car. Eastern Europe, maybe
Yeah,
Ukraine.
should be Ukraine. You're completely right on that, MC. Not much else though.
Definitely not much information. No poles, no architecture or anything to go off here. Just some ruins of some Soviet
Yeah.
buildings, maybe. Around 5
Both
seconds
players in
left.
Dnipro though.
Yeah, they seem
Might
to be going for the same guess over here. Players thinking very much alike. It stands up a bit more south. 70 kilometers away from both players. 20 damage towards Dan. So we move on to round 3.
which could be the Netherlands.
Could be, yeah.
It's very much possible. Need to see the architecture. It's tough to say from here. Might be Western Belgium, but
Yeah, it could very well be.
let's
I
see what the
just see
players
some
think.
flat plains. 10 seconds left. Dan opting for Belgium. Let's see where Kansas thinks this is.
Also,
Also Western Belgium. It ends up.
it's
Might just be the
on the
Netherlands. No, it's right on the border actually. Again, both players thinking very much alike. Small damage
close
towards
enough.
Dan. Round 4. A very difficult round. Somewhere in South America, I presume.
I think so. I think it should be Peru with how it looks like.
Of course, Dan, a very strong Peru player, right? Oh no, that was Rallius. I'm getting
It
them
was
mixed up.
Aurelius. But Consus is in Philippines right now, so
Oh, so this could be a very big hit already if Dan will opt to go for Peru. We will see. 10 seconds
very
left.
tough to say this one.
No, both
Both
players
players.
do opt for the Philippines. Curious to see what pointed them to that. As we do have a south-north 50-50 as Dan gets the better. With a much closer guess, dealing almost 3,000 damage to Consus in one hit.
Taking a big lead here of that Philippines round.
Definitely does. Round 5, multipliers starting to add up, times 1.9 already. Dan sitting comfortably here. Almost double amount the HP left that Consus has. As we find ourselves in Cambodia, at least Dan thinks so.
Yeah, with the ladder pole on Consus's screen, driving right, should be somewhere here in Cambodia. Both players
That's,
lining up a river.
yeah, almost going
Dan
for the
has it.
5k, and Dan just barely missing out on it, but he is on the right road, which means he will be dealing another 700 damage or so towards Consus. Dan playing really solidly so far, as Consus
Definitely.
is gonna have to start watching out.
Are in Turkey. We see water to the southwest. With land on the other side, maybe.
Could be
It's a
a big
quick
hint.
glimpse.
Looking for something of a Belediesi, maybe? Anything? We do see some ocean or a lake, probably, to our south, I presume. See where both players opt to go, as Consus might just be on it, 3 kilometers away, knows the spot. Fighting back with 500 damage towards Dan.
Very good guess by Consus. Did make sense, the region with the mountain on the other side of the water.
Did make sense as we find ourselves already in round 7. These rounds are going very fast as we are in Russia, maybe?
Yes, I think we are in Russia. We do have a smudge as well. Could be very useful if they know them.
Smudge could indicate a road, right?
Yeah, yeah. It could get you very close in Russia, which means a lot.
Well, we'll see if any of
We
these players
are pretty
know
far
this
apart.
smudge. We will see. Dan ends up being closer with multipliers adding up. This will be a lot of damage. Will it be enough? It will be. Dan taking the first game away from Consus, moving up to 1 and oh, wow.
Whoa. Wow.
Consus dropping a game. I
I did
mean,
not expect that.
that is a big, big, big hit.
Very big for Dan. Getting Consus a pick, getting a win on that. It's
I mean,
crazy.
it's got to give you a mental edge as well. As you rightfully said, getting Constance's pick being your point, that's huge. Because now Dan gets to pick game mode. He can pick something he's more comfortably on.
Yeah.
Wow,
Sure.
I did not expect that. Constance coming in as just a big favorite. Dan not
Definitely.
really letting him fight for what he's worth. So I really like what I'm seeing. Hopefully we're gonna get more of these type of games. Round 2, what do you think Dan's gonna pick?
I can only assume that it's moving. It's his favorite. It's where he's the most comfortable on. So it should be moving.
Should be moving. I mean, we're just gonna have to find out if he can beat Constance on moving as well. I mean, if he can do it on no move, then why shouldn't he be able to on moving, right?
True. Very true.
I saw Dan with the very, very, very fast 5Ks yesterday as I'm moving, which really impressed me.
Mm-hmm.
So,
He was also cooking yesterday. So
I mean, everything is possible as we are indeed into a moving game, I believe, with the
yeah, it is
pinpointing
moving.
score on here. Dan finds himself 1-0. Let's see if Consus can break even here on this game 2 moving. We're still looking at Dan versus Consus.
We seem to be in Indonesia somewhere. Constance is already zoomed in on Poso, so
He's
it
already looking.
probably
Yeah, he's
said it
looking at a
somewhere.
road. He must have found something of information.
Now, I
Do
don't really know where Poso is, so I don't know if Dan is looking in the right area.
I believe he's looking at the same area, but I'm not 100% sure. We're just gonna have to find out. We're gonna wait and see. 20 seconds left for both players. 5K might be very hard here.
Yeah, it seems to be a tough pinpoint if we look at Constance screen.
Definitely, as we'll see where both players up to go. Constance locked it. I think he's got it 20 meters away. We've got our first 5K of the round. Constance goes up 1-0.
Very well done by Constance. Indonesia definitely one of his stronger countries, so it does
Yeah,
make sense.
definitely is, but it's oh so impressive that he can just 5K a round like that. Let's see if he can do it again here in round 2, as this seems more Eastern European.
Yeah, it should be Bulgaria, like both players are zoomed in on now. Trying to find one of those blue signs to tell you nearby cities and a road number some of the times.
Yeah, it could be very useful as Constance has found something. Even found
Mm,
something of a city name, as Pleven is on the screen.
it might be Plevin. The second letter is not the same, but
Oh,
that
yeah,
doesn't mean much.
you're correct. Dan
Could
did also
be.
find something. Couldn't really make out what it was. So some Cyrillic. Very tough round for these players as Dan finds himself in the same spot where Kansas found his Pleven angle.
And not much else. Because is trying to get to an intersection, I think. But
Yeah, I mean, it's a very hard rural location, right? Not much anything to go off, so we're gonna have to see who ends up being closer, and as it will be Kansas.
ooh,
Just barely
22.
getting a point here. He
Very,
does take
very
it though,
nearly.
and doubles his lead, goes up 2-0 here on this moving game.
That's very good news for Constance, getting only 1 point outside of the tie range. So now in
Definitely,
a 2-0 lead.
as both players immediately find some information here in round 3. They will pinpoint themselves in Finland, I believe. Road number, some place names. Let's see if they can find it.
Doesn't Constance is on Orimatila. Don't know where Dan is right now. Constance found the road.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to assume
Now
he's
has to
at
5k
least
the angle.
around the same area. He already
Locked it
locked it
in.
in. Very fast from him. Dan has
Dan is
24
not close
seconds
yet.
left. I mean,
So further east.
I'm gonna have to assume that this point will be going toward Constance then, as he just locks
Yeah.
it. Constance on another 5k here in Finland. Very impressive guess, as he takes another point, makes it 3-0.
Feed is 0. Dan really needs to get some rounds in right now.
I mean, this is some very impressive moving gameplay from Constance, of course. He's not letting Dan take his own map easily, or his own game mode, I should say.
No,
He's
definitely.
showing why he has been the world champion, you know? This man is not to be messed with. It's still Constance we're talking about.
No, true, but the World Cup format is not the pinpointing format. So it's still very impressive that he's 5King these rounds.
Yeah, definitely. It could be that the World Cup format is more comfortable for Constance than it is for Dan. So
From experience, I would say otherwise. But
yeah,
he's gaming right now. So like Dan was gaming on the no move.
definitely was. Let's see if both players can find anything here in round 4, as Taiwan seems to be the angle here.
Yeah, it's in Taiwan. It's always difficult to get to information because it's just all grids and
Yesterday
Mill
you told me
Creeks.
about the alphabet, right? That could
Yeah,
indicate a place
yeah.
or
It's
anything.
kind of it's useful, but it's tough to see on the pulse most of the time. It's not that easy to spot, especially with the Google Guard traveling with like 30 kilometers an hour,
Yeah.
maybe 50 past them.
As the
Is that enough?
answer here, will it be enough? Yeah,
Oh,
Constance is still a bit closer. Goes up 4-0 here, 5.5 kilometers away. Dan was also really close. Constance on game point already as we move on to round 5. Really showing up here. Remember, we are
yes,
playing to 5 in this pinpointing game mode. So if Constance takes this one, the score will be even.
4-0. That's not what I had expected going into this game.
No, you definitely would
Kansas
have
not dropping
expected.
a point.
No, you would have expected that Dan would be more fighting, or at least more putting up a fight here on the moving. But so far,
Yeah.
Constance has been really dominant.
So we are on the coast of Spain, northern coast.
A lovely
I think,
place, I would assume. But
I
where
think both
exactly?
players trying to find the place name we're in, so you can scan the whole coast.
Yeah, we did see some ocean. Some phone
Down,
codes.
down a bit more inland right now, so may have seen this place, but did not see the water, maybe.
Yeah, could very well be the case. I mean, we on Kansas screen, it looks like we are right next to the sea, so the coast just would make sense,
Yeah.
as he did find some more info on a car. But
Kolunga, maybe?
yeah, Dan was now looking
No.
more towards the coast, and it does end up helping him 300 meters away, just barely missing out on the 5K. But Dan won't go down without a fight. Takes a point. Back in the game.
One big point, one big step to
Small
make a
step
good
for
comeback.
man, but a huge step for mankind, right?
Mankind being down.
Mankind being down, yes. But we're moving on to round 6, as I think we're in Brazil.
Yeah, somewhere. It's both players again trying to find a phone code, of course, to narrow down the region a lot.
Yeah, phone codes notoriously big information here in Brazil could help you
Consus
pinpoint
found
something
one.
of a location.
I did not get to see what it was. He was so quick.
I didn't see it either, but I think Dan is on the same place.
Yeah,
Just goes past it though.
80, 68, I think it was, if I saw it correctly. Southern Mato Grosso. That seems to be. Don't know if the players found a place name yet. Might have been on the green signs we saw earlier. Didn't get to see what it says. Oh, it's 6-9. Oh,
Nice.
6-9 is Rondonia. Interesting.
Then we will see. Oh, as Cons found something of a road number and a big place name, I think
Yeah,
Urupa.
Urupa is famous, I thought. I don't remember where,
We'll
but
see,
I
as
have seen it before.
both players around the same area, as it tends up to be a bit more northwest. And both players end up being so close. We have a tie on our hands, so Dan's still hanging on. As we move on to round 7, I think it's around Italy.
Curious to see what the first phone code was that both players zoomed in on Mato Grosso. Probably fake. Just a wrong one.
Yeah, probably.
Somewhere, maybe in the Alps, or maybe just in the center. I can't read what Dan read, so
I mean, I always find Italy really hard to region guess.
yeah, I usually use the trees. Like if it's very green like this, it's more towards the north, I would say, and if it's more tropical, feels more like a Spain or like a Greece, it should be more south.
Yeah, could make sense, as Dan found some info. Couldn't really see it. He has a road number, I think. Looking around Como. Let's see where Kansas is heading, as he's just strolling through this lovely village out
Ons
here
is
in Italy.
not finding much, it seems. Dan
No,
is as the
Dan
place
definitely
name
has
we're in.
superior information here, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Cons is same information, I think, but only now.
Yeah, they're on the same place. Let's see where it will end up. Dan definitely closer over here, 27 kilometers away. Takes another point. Makes it 2-4. Consus not able to close out this game yet. Dan giving him a fight for it. Move on to round 8. Let's see if Dan can climb back even further into this game, or will Kansas finally be able to close it out, this moving game. As we are somewhere in South America, I believe.
Yeah, yeah, we should be in Peru. Cons is only needing one round is always tough. Every point
I
he
mean, it's
loses.
very tough, but Dan is looking strong these last 2 rounds, so a comeback could be possible, you know.
It could very much be possible, indeed.
He's very strong on these moving rounds, so if someone can
I'm
do it,
zooming in.
it's him.
I've not seen where he read Tambo, but he is zoomed in on Tambo, so I assume we're somewhere here.
Yeah, he must have found it somewhere, as I think I saw it on his screen, yeah.
Oh, that says El Tambo, indeed. Yeah. So we know he's close.
I think Consus is not there, I believe. He might just be a couple kilometers away from it. We are gonna
Also,
find
Dan now
out.
zoomed out, so not sure.
He
Tambo
is
and El Tambo might not be the same thing.
could
Gonna see it.
very well be the case, as we are going to find out. Will it be closed out? No, it's going to be another tie. Both players around 160 kilometers away. We're going to have ourselves another tie on our hands. Move on to round 9. Cons is still not able to close out this game. I feel like the longer it goes on, the more beneficial it'll be for Dan, as he gets more hopes here.
Think I thought about being the one on match point every round. I don't give away. It's like I'm still one round away, you know.
I mean, that's very true. One small slip up from Dan indeed, and it is over, or at least this game. So Cons is definitely still in the better position.
We saw Osage
Osage
County,
County with a place name inside of it.
Lynn. That's
Yes,
not
something.
readable.
No.
Lion? It might be Lion.
Well, I see
Oh no,
Lynn
it is Lynn.
on
Yeah.
Cons' screen, so we are looking at the city of Lynn. But where does this village or city place itself on the map?
Dan also finding a national road, the 50, which he immediately finds. There's Lynn.
There is Lynn. He might be able to 5k this one then.
Yeah, he should be able to. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, Cons is still looking for Lynn as he
Oh,
found it as well. This could be a case of who gets the 5k the fastest. Gonna see both players still looking at
Gen
around
1 for Dan. Can't read the street
Lynn.
names.
Ooh, they
Sense it.
locked it very close, but Kansas was actually closer as Dan in all haste missed the 5k. Kansas being able to close out the game finally. 5-2.
Wow.
That was
Impressive.
tense.
It was very close. Dan finding Lynn first, but unfortunately getting into Gen 1, not being able to read the street names is very difficult for him.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I mean, if someone is able to find a 5k fast, I thought it would have been Dan, but might just be the nerves or anything. It made him click the wrong place. And Kansas, I mean, I think he was not even a second slower. So it was a very tense game. As we find ourselves even, 1-1. Kansas back on picking. You think he's gonna pick no move again?
It should be no move. I think so. As we see it on the screen now, it is no move.
It is no move again. I mean, last time Dan took it with a very strong performance. So Dan might not be too unhappy with this pick at all. As we move on to round 1 of this game 3.
Small cam in Greece, I would say. But I always go Greece. If it's the Mediterranean.
Small cam,
Red reflectors.
Yeah. All arrows pointing towards Greece, as Dan and Constance think so as well. Dan will end up being a bit closer. 50 kilometers away from the right destination. First small hit going towards Kansas. Now on to round 2, and we found ourselves in something of a desert, like a Mexican desert, I think.
I would say it's the Mexican desert.
If I think of Mexico, this is like the most generic Mexico I can think of.
No, that's actually fair. With the amount of cacti.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe some more cacti around there. Should be there, as the angle lines up good for the road Kansas is looking at. They're looking around the peninsula of Baja, I think. Yeah, both players are ends up being a bit more south. Dan's still a bit closer. Again, another 100 damage or so towards Kansas. Moving on to round 3, as I
Info.
see Switzerland on the signs. I see Zurich,
Luzerne. 2
Luzerne,
road numbers. So should be 5Kable.
St. Gallen.
In 30 seconds might be a bit quick.
This could be a very fast round, as Dan is already looking at something of an intersection. Might have already found it. Kansas a bit more scanning.
I don't.
Where will it end up? It ends up more closely to Dan than it is to Kansas. 3.1 kilometers away. Not the right intersection, but very close. Small damage again towards Kansas. Dan still flawless. Moving on to round 4 here.
It's a nothing burger.
I mean, it definitely is.
Argentina, yeah, that does make sense.
There is
I wouldn't say
absolutely
it's
nothing.
too far south.
What
I
have
would
we
have
got
thought
here?
right around where the players are guessing. So
We're gonna find out, as
Whoa.
Kansas is just on it with a very impressive guess. We had a nothing burger, and he's on the right road. Almost 1,000 damage towards Dan, as multipliers are starting to add up here. As we find ourselves already in round. As another very hard round.
Yeah, it looks very, very weird. I also thought Sweden first, but I'm not ruling out the Baltics here with this house on Da's screen.
Yeah, maybe
Red car.
a weird type of architecture.
Red car could be Lithuania, Latvia as well, but also very common in Sweden.
Ooh, we could see an island from Sweden guess from Kansas, and it is there. It ends up being on the south side.
Great guess by Kansas.
Really great guess, recognizing that this could be a Swedish island. Dealing a bit of damage towards Dan, as I think I see some Dutch language.
We do see some Dutch language, but no Dutch number plates or license plates. No yellows. So
I mean, Kansas is in the Netherlands, but Dan thinks it might be Belgium. Kansas locked around Utrecht. Let's see where Dan goes. Dan will go in Belgium, and it ends up being around Antwerp. The license plates might have thrown him off, as both players smiling at each other. Moving on to round 7. Another beautiful location here.
Huge mountains to the southeast. Definitely reminds me of north of Cape Town or around Cape Town in general. Both players probably gonna try and line up something they're gonna be happy with.
They definitely are. Lining up the mountain, lining up the road. Enough information to work with. Both players around Cape Town. Kansas is a bit closer, around 50 kilometers away. The small 500 damage towards Dan leaves him with a little over 4k HP left. Kansas is starting to take a lead in this game. Now on to round 8. We've got something of a... Is that a Mexican pole?
I'm not sure.
Definitely not.
Because we do have small cam, and I don't think Mexico has small cam.
No, to me it looked like
definitely
an octagonal pole.
I can't see it. It's hard to make out from here. Oh, that one is more clear, yeah. Yeah, might be bait.
As you see, Panama versus Italy. Wow, I mean, the switch was insane there, as Kansas is way closer. I completely missed that both players were going so far away from each other. Just blasting Dan away here in round 8.
Yeah, Dan was zoomed in very late on the map in general, so it was hard to know what he was thinking, but well played by Kansas there, getting Italy.
Yeah,
Definitely not the easiest round.
he takes his own game mode, and now he's up 1-2. So the favorite of this game is well, I want to say back in the lead, but he never was in the lead. So
True.
definitely well played by him. Yeah, wow. I mean, that went so fast. I completely missed that he was even looking at Panama.
Yes, probably mistaken the car blur of the small cam with the car blur of the white truck, which definitely can happen. I can see that happening to me as well. So
I mean, you are the Panama guy, so I
the
don't
Panama
think it'll
guy who
happen.
missed Panama on stream. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. As we're going right
Back to
into
moving.
game 4, we're back to moving. So Don picking another moving round.
So both players sticking to their guns, although losing on them,
Yeah, although
which is
losing
great
on
to
them,
see.
that is indeed great to see. Now, Kansas is on match point, which means if he can take this moving game away from Dan, he will find himself in the semifinals against Trichter. But Dan will not be so easy to give up. Gonna make it hard for him. So we're gonna have to see and find out if Dan can even out the score or if Kansas will take his ticket to the semifinals. As round 1, we seem to be in a Thai area or
Should
Cambodia.
be, yeah, Cambodia should be the place. Dan on a way better road, I would say. But Gonzalez maybe now on the same one, eventually.
I see some
Dan
camel
already,
cement.
I
Tough
don't know
information to
if
work with.
Dan is zooming in on these signs. Looking like he can read Khmer, so maybe he can recognize some stuff.
I mean, that would be very impressive to me if he can read something like that. Could give him a big advantage here in these type of rounds, as he does find something of some shops and maybe some place names. Could just try to character match something.
I do
Sconces is
think
just speeding through this Cambodian place.
all the way in the south for Dan, which is
Dan has zoomed in pretty far, seems pretty confident, as Sconces just goes Phnom Penh, clicks capital, and it will end up being there. Kansas takes the first round by quite a big margin.
again taking the lead on the moving over Dan.
I mean, last moving game, Kansas was very dominant in the beginning, and then Dan climbing back into it later. Let's see if it'll happen again or if Dan will fight back immediately. As round 2, we seem to be in like Eastern Europe again. Oh yeah.
Yeah, in what would that be? Serbia? I might not be logged in yet.
I
We'll
mean, I
see.
don't know. I
Oh, North
see.
Macedonia exists as well. That's true.
I mean, I
With the
forget these
mountains,
countries exist as well.
with
Really
the
tough
mountains all
countries.
around. Way more sense.
Yeah, Dan is pretty zoomed in already. Might have found something of information that could have pointed him to there.
Might want to send this.
He does
He does
send
send
it.
it. Also switch signs now, with towns around them.
Dan might have found the 5K already, as Kansas is looking at the same place. Will he find the 5K as well? I mean, if Dan found it, it doesn't matter anyway. The faster 5K would win.
But let's say he missed it.
Then
Constance could still get the
everything.
point.
He definitely could. We're gonna find out. No, Dan is definitely on it. Both players getting the 5K. Kansas is further away, but Dan being way faster gets another point, evens out the score. We're back leveled. We're 1-1.
Getting a point way quicker this game
Yeah,
on
way
Dan's
quicker. I
side.
mean, wasn't the last moving game Kansas went up 4-0, right?
Yes. Yeah, very true. So a way better position to be in. Immediately zooming in on Cochabamba on this round with the huge, huge ridge to the north.
Is that very telling for Cochabamba then?
Yeah, with only 5 or 6 cities in Bolivia having coverage, this is very distinct to Cochabamba. Cons is finding street names, which is very useful.
Very useful to find the 5k indeed.
So one of the bigger roads.
Tough one to line up, I think, with all those small grids and everything.
Yeah, there is a lot of coverage in Cochabamba, so it's very tough to tell if you're all the way in the east where Dan is looking, or more western where Consus is looking. Really tough to say.
Very tough one indeed, but Cochabamba, both players seem to agree on, as we've got around 15 seconds left to find a 5k here, as Consus locked something in. Gonna see
Looks
if
good.
it will
Looks
be a
great.
5k. Looks great indeed. Dan has around 5 seconds left. We'll see if he can find the same place or if Kansas will just take it. It seems like Kansas is 5 meters away with another 5k here in Cochabamba for him. He will take back his lead and make it 2-1 here on this game 4 moving.
Ooh. Oh, Estonia, of course.
Yeah, moving on to round 4.
I don't know these places.
I see Mariama and Valgu might be findable for these
Ogo,
players.
Ogo being the furthest one away, so might be the biggest. It definitely is not the biggest because Magijama is just there on Dan's screen.
Yeah,
Also on Konza's screen.
Let's
Does
see
not
if
see
he
it.
can find it. No, he does not. Dan is zooming in, finding or trying to find something that could line up with the road he's on.
Yeah.
Cons is still looking for info. Find something, find some road numbers, another place name. Could definitely help him.
Road numbers should really help. They're really big all in all in Estonia because it's not that big of a place, of course.
Dan
Dan's sending it.
Yeah, he's sending it. I was looking at his screen. He was doubting for that angle quite some time. Does commit to it as Kansas has around 10 seconds left. I don't think he's at the right place even. So I
No,
would
he's
assume
still
this
too
point
far
will be
north.
going towards Dan, as Kansas might just leave it there, not happy with himself. Yes, definitely the point. And another 5k will go to Dan. We're back on 2-2. This match is getting even more tense as we find ourselves leveled again. And back in round 5. I would assume we're in South America again.
Yeah, this looks to be a small cam in Brazil this time. One of the only countries outside of Europe with small cam now. It's gonna get updated, of course.
I mean,
More
it's
and
very
more countries will
flat,
get it.
I think, for Brazil. I see black back of the sign.
Jaguaruna seems to be the place. Oh, Consus, his street names, the municipio, and he finds it just like that.
It just finds it like that. Very impressive stuff from him, as Dan is still looking even for the place name. I don't think he has found it. Cons is already trying to line up a 5k. Could be easy with the railroad. Already locked it in. As Dan does find some info now, but I don't think this round is doable for him. Cons is looking to get back into the lead.
Yeah, it probably is not gonna matter as Consus should have the 5k.
Yeah, we started off right next to the railroad, which makes it kind of easy to 5k.
Dan plonking the correct city.
He did plonk it, but hey, Kansas with another 5k here in Brazil. Very impressive stuff from him. Goes back into the lead, 2-3. Remember, we're playing first 1 to 5. If Kansas wins this entire game, he will secure his place in the semifinals. Dan has to win this moving game to get another shot at his ticket.
As we are
On to
in
round 6.
Nigeria.
Nigeria, a country we haven't seen so much.
No, but there is a lot of info on some random signs, just telling you in which state or which city you're in. Like maybe
Definitely
on
is.
the sign Dan was looking at, maybe telling him we are in Port Harcourt.
Yeah, maybe he found something of a state or a county. I don't remember what it's called there. Yeah, I
I
see
think they are
University
states.
of Port Harcourt on Kansas screen, so Dan is looking around the
Looking
good
in the
place.
correct street, having the two street names.
Might be a POI university, so it could be helpful.
True.
Both players still looking for something, blazing through Port Harcourt. Around here looking for some info that could help them pinpoint this location better. Around 10 seconds left, both players seem to agree in Port Harcourt, but not more than that. We're gonna find out where this will be. It ends up being all the way in the south. Dan,
Ooh,
still a bit closer, just
nine
outside the
point
tie range.
again.
Levels the game back again as we find ourselves leveled 3-3. This game is getting all the more tense. Dan has to win it. Round 7 as we find ourselves, I believe, in Italy, as I saw a Italian license plate.
Yes, we should be in Italy again. Don't think Dan will go Panama on this one.
Hey, you never know, man. It might just be an Italian car driving in Panama.
True. Import.
Import.
Everything is possible.
I mean, it was a Fiat, so Italian car brand, so I mean, oh, Dan found
That
something, but I think
does
it
not
was
say
just
anything.
no. Cons is nodding his head, not happy with the things he is finding here. It looks pretty dry, so that could indicate the south. Sicily, maybe even.
Yeah,
Both players just spamming through these fields.
very rural road for to pinpoint.
Yeah, very tough round.
Also find information. I don't know if Gonzalez is thinking about Malta still, because he's zoomed in on it
I mean, could be the
perfectly in the
case.
center. This sign should tell him, I think.
5 seconds left. Let's see where both
Yeah.
players will go. They both will go for Sicily, but where on
Oh
Sicily will this end up being?
no,
No, he went for Sardinia. As Dan stays on Sicily. Has it correct and will take the lead in this game. 4-3. Dan is looking strong this game.
very much a last second switch from Gonzalez there. Unlucky for him.
I mean, I think
3R
he
in.
saw a sign that had Italian and French on it, like
Yeah,
multiple languages, so that's maybe
true.
why that threw him off to switch to an island.
Could be.
Does make sense. But will Dan be able to close out this game and take Kansas to a Game 5 Silver Scrapes? We will find out. Last time, Kansas had a very tough time closing out the moving game, allowing Dan to climb back into the series. We'll see if Dan can do it easier as we find Vermillion City Hall. So you would assume we're in somewhere in the USA, right?
With the flag on down
With
screen, I would definitely
right as I
say we
said
are
it,
in Vermilion.
right as I said it, I saw the flag and I was like, well,
Frankfurt.
yeah.
I think we had Frankfurt already as well.
I did see something like it as Kansas found something of, I believe those are road numbers.
Those are road numbers. Kansas ones. Very distinct. Also the K63 with the sunflower with the numbers in it.
And those
Don't
can
think
only
we
be
had
found in
Frankfurt.
Kansas.
Yeah, it's unique to Kansas, those
Then
state highways.
Dan might be able to close out this game 4 here in Kansas, or will Kansas draw the game back again? We are gonna find out. No, it's gonna be another tie. Both players seem to be incredibly evenly matched. As we're gonna get a round 9 even. And this
Ooh.
round 9 will take place in India, I'd presume.
Yeah, it is India, but also very urban, so it may be a bit easier to find the city name. But that doesn't mean the city name is going to be very big or findable.
Yep. I mean, there is some script that could help. Might even be some more English script even.
Yeah, you usually in these bigger cities you get more Latin as well as what they speak in that part of the country. They speak a lot of languages.
They definitely do. But now Dan looking to take the former world champion to a Silver Scrapes game for a ticket in the semi-finals of this Lowlands League. It's very impressive what Dan is showing here. But we're still talking about a former world champion over here with the name of Kansas, as both players seem to be looking at northern eastern India for this round. Something of a place name.
Yeah, only finding the Hindi. I think this is Hindi.
Around 10 seconds left. This could very well be the end of this game. There is quite a big difference in where both players are guessing right now. We're going to find out who has it on the right end. No, we're not. We're going to have another tie. Both players incredibly close together with their guesses. It ends up being far more north, which means we have
Yeah,
another tie in our hands, and we're going to get a round 10 over here.
both players did look in Uttar Pradesh, but decided to go more in the middle.
Maybe they
Maybe
didn't want
opting.
to commit for the safer guess. Not that sure of their instincts.
I did not read, couldn't read what that said. Dan zoomed in on Puebla, maybe.
Yeah, he definitely did. As Mexico then is our next country. Ooh, some good
Maybe.
info for Dan, I think.
Oh, Michoacan. That's a state. So he's at least in the state.
Some public transport for Kansas to look at, as he seems to have found the city center.
Yeah, a lot of words, but I don't think they mean much for him.
Around 20 seconds left. Let's see if
Street
Dan
name.
can find something of a place name here in what we would assume is the right state in Mexico.
Where is Conces? Conces also in Michoacan.
Okay,
Without
so
knowing,
could be an
it is gonna.
incredibly close guess then. 5 seconds left. Will Dan be able to close out this game? We are going to find out. Blue wins the game, which means Dan will take us to a Silver Scrapes Game 5 against former world champion Kansas. Wow.
Wow,
This is some
very.
serious
It's
gameplay.
crazy. Absolutely crazy. Going game 5 against Conces.
And
And PZ as well, we know
I
it.
was just gonna say, wow, we've had two moving, we've had two NM or two NM. We're gonna get an NMPC decider between Kansas and Dan.
There's no other game mode left.
Oh, this is gonna be absolute cinema. I'm already looking forward to this as we're already in there. It is Silver Scrapes for a ticket in the semifinals of the Lowlands League. It is Kansas versus Dan, round 5. Game 5, actually. Round 1, NMPC. Kansas already locked it. I believe he locked Mexico.
Yes, downtown Mexico City. Dan also.
And also, it ends up being a bit more west in this incredibly evenly game. Bit of damage going towards Dan. As we both know, NPC all could end on one single round. Might just be the
Very
luck
well
of the
done.
draw, might just be a country both would like, or a country they both dislike, and it all could end here.
Not here, I would say. Not on South Africa, looking like Pretoria or Joburg. Might be a bit further out, like Constance is clicking, but I don't think it's going to be that far.
Might not end on this round. Also, the multipliers aren't even here yet, as it might just be around. I think it was Joburg,
Yep.
Daan with 300 damage towards Kansas, taking a very small lead here in this final game. I mean, it's
As we
already
move on.
so impressive what Daan is showing here, taking Kansas to game 5. But I mean, as Daan, you just want to close this out. You've come so far. He can smell blood, I think.
He definitely should think he can win this. Daan is a very capable NPZ player, so
Now round 3, we seem to be back in Italy. With around 5 seconds left, there is quite a difference in both these guesses. We'll see where it ends up. It ends up all the way in the north, which means Kansas is quite a bit closer. Around 140 damage towards Daan. Damage is minimal. Moving on to round 4. I see some yellow lines. I see some poles.
bollards, everything
Bollards.
should send us to Thailand somewhere.
I mean, there's enough
But
information to work with, but Thailand, meticulously hard to reach and guess, I think.
no mountains. So maybe a bit central eastern, but not much to go off of here.
Definitely not, as we've just got some polls. Both players are looking pretty central, I think. Yeah, and it'll end up being quite central. Both players with a very similar guess, only dealing 40 damage towards Kansas. This is only building up the multipliers.
Yeah, waiting for the big round, which could be in Japan.
It could be in Japan, no pole
We,
plates, nothing to indicate a region, I think.
but we do have pole tops and transformers, so I'm not uh, well known in those metas, but these players might be.
I'm gonna assume they are, since they are such good players. I see
They're
Kyoto
not in the same
versus...
region.
They are definitely not. This could be the first big hit of this Silver Scrapes game 5. Damage times 1.9, so a small hit could become a big one. We're gonna find out. Daan is definitely closer, around 80 kilometers away. What will this do with damage? Around 400 damage towards Kansas. It's not that bad.
No, definitely not bad at all for Consus. 400 damage in Japan, I would take any day.
Definitely. Now moving on to round 6. See a yellow license plate. Namibia seems to be the hover here.
Yeah, makes sense with the yellow license plate there. Also the very South African looking round.
Both players all the way in the north of the country, so I would assume not that big of a hit to either player. As we will find out, it ends up being more eastern. Both players again with a very similar guess. Daan getting a little bit better than Kansas over here, starting to chip him down. Lead is starting to build up. He just might be able to beat Kansas here. I'm starting to believe that this underdog story might just actually happen here, as we're already in round 7, as we have another very arid country
Yeah,
looking towards
different
Oman.
sand. More
More,
rocky sand,
I was just gonna
maybe.
say, it seems more rocky over here. We have a mountain, could help.
Yeah, it's very hard. Oman has a lot more coverage added over time, but both players getting the same region, so
Yeah,
62 damage only, or
again, a
32.
very similar guess from these players. Multiplier starting to add up big time now, almost at 3 times damage.
I think we're back. Yeah,
We're back
we're
in
back.
Namibia again.
Back in Namibia.
Some yellow
Looks
outer
like the same
lines.
region to me. Probably a bit further north than south, I would say.
Yeah, both players
Both players very north.
seem to
Yeah.
agree with you. They're around the same area where they guessed last time. So probably around the same guess again. Yes, they are, and Very close here, around 12 kilometers away. Again, a bit of damage towards Consus. Dan is chipping him down quite easily.
Yeah, but not enough, of course, to really make a dent into
Definitely not.
Consus's health.
And it is still Consus we're talking about. This man is insanely good at this game. One big eureka moment for him, and Dan might just be gone as we find ourselves in Brazil.
Yeah, it's very scary, Humsey.
Yeah, this is a
Consus in Minas.
very hard place to guess.
They're
Around the
in the
same
same
area
place almost.
again.
Yeah. Wow.
They're just
That's
guessing the
very-
same thing.
Now Consus closes. So 500 damage to Dan.
Does even out the scoreboard a bit more. Dan still around 500, 600 HP in the lead. Not that big of a difference, as round 10 seems to be taking place around the UK, France, Ireland.
It should be Ireland 100% with the yellow sign. It's an Ireland meta. Very useful.
Definitely
have
is.
one.
And again, both players guessing the same thing, just middle of the country. Small damage towards Dan.
Wow.
Okay, now round 11. This could be a big one.
With the 3.7x.
Do we
This
call
is
this?
tough.
Do we call this a nothing burger?
This is maybe more than a nothing burger.
This is
not
more than
even
a
a burger.
This is not
just
even
nothing.
a burger. This is just nothing. Both players zooming into their screens, trying to find anything that could help them. As Dan
is in the Atlantic.
in the Atlantic Ocean, where Kansas
Very
seems
fair.
to be in Russia. This could be a
Wow.
big hit. Damage times 3.7.
Slovakia.
Slovakia versus Croatia. It ends up being Lithuania. What will this do with the damage? Kansas will deal a big blow. 2.2k damage towards Dan. As Dan just below half now.
Could have been way, way worse.
Could have been
Both
way,
players.
way worse. If he would have stayed in the Atlantic, he would have been gone.
For example, or Russia maybe would have been close to enough.
Yeah,
I
could
would
very
assume.
well be. As we're already in round 12 of this NMPZ, we find ourselves in the USA, probably around the East Coast.
Yeah, should be. It's very tough to reach and guess, I would say.
It is very
Eastern
tough.
houses.
Yeah,
Eastern
West
architecture.
Virginia. I mean, what is this going to do for the damage? Both players are very close. Also close to each other. Again, so small damage towards Dan. Kansas is still in the lead.
Let's move on to a Kenya round, which does seem to be more in the northern part. So I don't know how much damage this will be. Depends on where we guess, I think. For example, if Dan guesses east of Nairobi, then it could be a lot of damage.
Could very well be, of course, the multipliers times 4.3. A small difference can make a big hit here. And since Dan is already below half HP, it's not working in his favor. Let's see where both players will opt to go. There could be a big difference here. Kansas is definitely closer. Will it be enough? I think it might be. GG is being set. Dan just falls. Wow.
Wow, so impressive by Dan.
Very impressive. That was a banger of a game, and I mean, shout out to Kansas. He's showing why he was a world champion. He's played very, very well. But yeah, GG's to Dan, pushing him to 5 games. That's an achievement.
Very well done, indeed.
That is some impressive stuff. Now, Kansas locked his place in the semi-finals by winning over Dan with a 3-2 victory. So we're going to be seeing him play against Trickter, I believe, which is a very interesting matchup. Both players playing in the World League, I would assume.
Yep, they do.
Or they did. That would prove to be a banger of a game, as we have all our semi-finalists locked now. We've got, as we rightfully said, Kansas versus Trickter. And we had Armani versus
Ralius.
Ralius, of course. Almost forgot. Those are going to be some banger games. Now, are we taking a break? Are we just gonna get straight in. I think we're gonna take a break, right?
Small break.
We're gonna take a small break, then we'll be back with our first semi-final. I think we're gonna do Kansas versus Trichter first, so definitely stay tuned, and we'll be right back after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Lowlands League Playoffs Finals Day. I was just cooling down from that banger of a game we just had. I don't know about you out there, but wow.
I needed some time indeed. That was crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That was some insane gameplay. Dan pushing Kansas to game 5, but Kansas just barely making it on a NMPC decider round. It was some great gameplay. But now, for the rest of the day, we've got semi-finals coming up ahead. Now that's big.
Indeed. Now that's huge for the whole of the tournament, of course, but also for the GCEC that we're working together with, partnering with.
Yep,
The
GCEC.
winner of this has still a chance to get a direct spot into the European Championship. So, and the loser also has a chance, but he would have to qualify via the last chance qualifier.
Yep. So to resume, or to resume, number 1, direct ticket, and number 2 and 3 get a place in the last chance qualifiers, right?
True.
So that would mean that the losers final, so the battle for places 3 and 4, which we're also going to be doing, definitely still matters because the winner of that still can play in those last chance qualifiers of the GCEC, which they definitely would want.
Yep. They
Okay.
should want.
But first, we've got semifinals ahead of us. We've got Constance versus Trictor coming up first, and then we've got Ralius versus Armani. Which match are you looking forward most?
Really, actually both, because I think all the 4 players are so close to each other on skill level. It's crazy.
You think we're going to see some
curious to
very
see.
tense, tight games, or do you think so? No stomps?
I don't think we'll get a stomp. We should be good.
Okay. I certainly hope so. I certainly hope to see some NMPZ action since I find that the best game mode, man. It's so impressive what they can do with just a single screenshot. Just knowing which road in freaking Bolivia they are of a single screenshot. For me, my mind can't comprehend that. So it's all the more impressive. So I'm excited to see that. But as we said, our first semi-final will be Trictor versus Kansas. So let's take a look at Trictor. Trictor, the only Belgian player in the entire league, and making it to semi-finals is a huge accomplishment. Of course, we can know him from playing in World League, so this is a man not to be messed with. Favorite countries, everything in Europe. Least favorite countries, every country larger than France and Korea.
Yeah, seems pretty straightforward to me. Moving an NNPZ as his favorite, no move neutral, probably just a bit boring for him if he's that good, or he loves to play NNPZ and move. Having 13 wins in regular season, 2 losses, which were, of course, against Constance, one of them. So
should we
it's
check
gonna be tough
against who the other one was?
I think I checked it yesterday, and it was no, Dan was I think it was Dan actually. So, and Armani was the draw. So
yeah, he drew against Armani, and let's see, Trictor. Yeah, he lost against Dan. Yeah.
Yeah.
So but still a very impressive regular season. So a very strong player indeed. And well, we just saw him play, but we might want to get Constance back on here as well. Let's check him out again, because this man is a menace. I mean, he's dressed like a Roman god. He's playing like one. He's looking very strong with a regular season of 17 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses. I mean, that's just insane.
No, definitely. Very, very strong, of course. I'm curious to see how Trichter will maybe change his strategy here, but
yeah, and also a good thing to notice is that his favorite game mode is no move, which was the only neutral game mode for Trickter. Trickter had
True.
move and NPC as favorites, so
Very
could be
true.
something that he will opt to go for. And speaking of that, Kansas does have first game mode pick. Has there been any information on what he has picked to play for game 1?
I know for a fact that Consus has picked no move as the first one. So
It is along the lines of expectation, but still, we just saw Dan could win a game of no move against Kansas, so as Trickter, why couldn't he? I mean,
both players are ready.
both players are ready. We should just go on and get into game as we're gonna start off our first semi-final here of the Lowlands League. We're playing for a ticket in the grand final. We've got Trickter versus Kansas, the last Belgian hope versus the former world champion. We should just get into it. No move, game 1. Now,
Yeah,
where are
looks
we
to
starting
be
off?
Malaysia. Just like Consus is zoomed in on. Trigger already is in as well.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, where? You just see 4 buildings.
Yeah, very tough round here in Malaysia, but both players do have the right country, not on the right side of the island. Kansas is a bit closer, dealing small damage towards Trickter. Now on to round 2, as we see someone getting into a car.
Yeah. Should be somewhere in South Africa, I would say. With the Gen 4 would make sense. With these pine plantations as well. Close to Eswatini would make sense. Both players close to Eswatini, but on different sides.
Yeah, different sides of the border indeed. Gonna see where they will go as Kansas locked it around the southwest side. Trickter ends up being there as well. It ends up a little bit more south. Kansas again with a small chip towards Trickter. Moving on to round 3. Damage multipliers are gonna start building up now, as we find ourselves, I believe, in Russia.
No,
Actually,
we have a Romanian car there. At first, I thought it was Ukraine of the NPZ with the ANSYS in the Ukraine colors, which they do a lot there. But the car is clearly Romanian, so.
Yeah, side of a license plate is to be seen there as Kansas opts to go for Bucharest. Trickter way more to the north, and it works out. Damage times 1.3, around 800 damage towards Kansas. The right side of the country.
Indeed, indeed.
Into round 4, and we've got some planes over here.
Indeed.
Some Argentinian
Very
planes.
big planes. Yeah, with the black car, Gen 3 should be looking like this as well. Should be somewhere in Argentina. Both players almost on the same road.
Yeah, very similar guesses for so far. We won't see that big of a difference here. Around 3 seconds left. We'll see if anyone switches. Probably not. Both players in the very same region. Ends up being 140 damage towards Trickter. Playing field's pretty even so far.
We do have prefecture road. Oh, and a guardrail, which is meta, I think, with the reflector on the side of it. I think that's where Consus is zoomed in to on the part of Okayama and Hiroshima and stuff.
Okay, so that definitely could be a hint then. Around 5 seconds left. The Trickter is not that far away from the place. Does go on the other side.
Meta.
Fake meta indeed. It ends up a bit more east. 700 damage towards Kansas, as Trickter is looking strong so far this game 1. Now I think we might have ended up in Guatemala? No, Dominican.
Yeah, Dominican Republic with the black, I don't even know what they are, like black bands on the roof rack. You don't find anywhere else, I don't think. You have the roof rack visible.
The black bands on the roof rack. just like a Ghana tape, as there won't be a big difference here, but we do get a 5k here from Consus, all the way into the Dominican Republic. Very impressive stuff from him, as he deals a small blow towards Trichter. And move on to round 7 here.
Great guess by Constance there. Lining up the road and finding it.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from him, showing why he is our favorite to win the tournament, maybe even.
Well, he should be the favorite if he's unbeaten in the regular season.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, this man is so insanely good.
The same part of the country as again.
Yeah, Kans is a bit more north. It'll end up being even further north, around Volgograd, Russia. And with multipliers adding up, that is a small 700 damage towards Trichter, leveling out the playing field. Both players around the 4.5k health left. On to round 8.
And Turkey. Oh, we have a yellow on black chevron, which is very uncommon in Turkey and mostly found around the part where Constance is right now.
A yellow
East
on
is
black chevron.
northeast. It's further northeast.
He is, but
Between.
Kansas locked first, and it is gonna be in between. Kansas was a bit more west, ends up being the Istanbul area. A little less than 900 damage towards Trichter, as we find ourselves already in round 9, and we're starting next to a pole.
Yeah, a pole that get us to France, maybe Belgium. Not quite sure yet, actually. Might be Belgium.
Trichter's home country. You would assume he knows where it is then.
It is pretty hilly, so Wallonia makes sense. Be it.
Yeah, we are gonna find out. Kansas locking in first again. Ends up being more west. Trichter not on the right side of his country, but only 34 damage towards him. Small lead building up for Kansas right now as we find ourselves in round 10.
We are on sign. Big place.
Found a big place here.
You know this.
In Chile, it seems.
Yep. Very true. So he to the east, which would be kind of weird, not impossible.
Looking for an angle that could work. Both players are looking at the same intersection. It will be there. Trichter is a bit closer, just barely missing out on the 5k, but only 41 damage being dealt towards Kansas. Both players still in the green of their HP bar, as round 11 will take place in Australia.
Very even so far, round 11 and barely 4k damage in total.
Yeah, both players are extremely leveled.
We're swimming in Queensland. Well, Moses is swimming in New South Wales.
Could be a big difference here then. Could be the first big hit. Ooh. Damage times 3.7. Trichter is definitely closer. 170 kilometers away times 3.7 means 5k damage towards Kansas. Trichter takes game 1. Okay then.
Wow. They're taking the no move off of Kansas.
It's the same story as Dan did.
Yeah. Exactly, so far the same storyline.
Taking the first no-move game off Kansas. Kansas, yeah, he's looking pretty strong, but just one slip up here in Australia and the multipliers had added up so big that it was just a one-shot over 5k damage towards him. Yeah, Trichter looking really strong here on the no-move.
Yeah, very well done.
Although it was not his favorite game mode, so you would assume he's going to pick something else than a no move. But we will find out since he gets to pick our game mode for game 2. He is 1-0 up, which is a really good start for his semi-final, as he is looking to secure his ticket into the final. Any information?
Yeah. I do have information, and it's not really what I expected. I
Okay.
thought it was gonna be moving, but we are getting an NPZ game 2.
Nice. Okay, so of course Consus won the NPC against Dan. Will he be able to win it against Trickter though? That will be our next main question. We're just gonna have to go and find out as we will find ourselves into game 2 of this first semi-final. We've still got Consus versus Trickter, our two World League contestants playing against each other here in this epic semi-final. We are just gonna have to get into game as Consus will be here now as well. We gotta hit him on cam. We're gonna start this NPC. Trickter's choice. He's 1-0 up. Round 1 we seem to be in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that seemed to be Philippines. Would make sense. These big banner signs, very common in the Philippines. Not legible, so we can't see where we are, which is of course unfortunate.
It definitely is
The
unfortunate.
Philippines.
Might just be a middle guess here then, a hedge, or Trickter seems to opt for Manila. It won't work out for him since Kansas is definitely closer. Already 800 damage towards Trickter. Not the start that he'd hope for, I would assume.
Let's move to Russia.
Round 2
I
here in
could
Russia.
read it just then, but now I can't read it anymore.
That is a very funny bus stop.
That is kind of cool. Who's designed this?
Could be a meta, you know? Funny bus stops.
Who knows?
Funny bus stops, Krasnoyark meta. Ooh, Trickter is really confused. I can see him face palming on his cam. Doesn't know where this could take place.
He recognizes the bus stop.
Could definitely. Constance has a road. Oh my god, he might just be on it. This is an insane guess from him. Trickter not happy with himself as almost 4k damage will be dealt towards Trickter. Constance is on the right road in Russia. This is some amazing gameplay from him.
That's insane. And he gets 200 meters away there.
I mean, it was just a Russian road with a bus stop and this man just knows. This is NMPZ, we have to remind. It's not like they can look around. It's just a single screenshot.
This is all they have. The big blur to the left, nothing you can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it as we find ourselves in Turkey for round 3. Trickter already getting dangerously low. Kansas looking really comfortable here on the NMPC. It's going way better than his match against Dan. Gonna find out. Kansas is closer again. Will it be enough to knock him out? No, it definitely won't. Around 200 damage towards Trickter. But again, another chip to him. Kansas still flawless. Move on to round 4. Now this seems more African to me.
Should be Uruguay.
It was Uruguay.
One of the two.
I thought the trees looked pretty African. But hey,
same latitude.
Kansas will definitely know it better.
You have a road number on the right there. Couldn't really make out what it said.
I mean, both players are in Argentina, I believe, as this could be a big difference. Could even be the end of the game as Kansas is on it again. Damage times 1.6. You would assume this is enough. Yeah, 3k damage towards Trickter. 4 rounds and it's over. Kansas looking extremely good on this NPC. Flawlessing Trickter, making the game leveled again, and we have a 1-1 score. That was a very fast one.
Very, very fast indeed.
I mean,
the rush round really made the difference there.
I can't get my head around that rush around. Someone said that bus stops are actually meta in Russia, so I believe it. But that was insane.
As I have confirmation that we go back to the no move again.
Back to the no move. So Kansas had the pick again, of course, since he is the higher seed with that immaculate regular season. So game 3 we're gonna be playing no move again. Will Kansas be able to take back his lead here? I mean, we're just gonna have to go and find out. Game 3 no move. I'm excited. We're still in the semi-finals. Let's see who will get themselves a lead here. Game 3, no move. We're back in round 1, no multipliers yet. So we find ourselves somewhere in Western Europe, I would assume.
Yeah, somewhere in France, I would say, with this type of architecture. Limoges is a big city. Both players probably know it. Yeah, they do know it. At least they're looking it in. Quick round.
Yeah, very fast lock, as it is hard to pinpoint it any further than just the city of Limoges. Both players handshaking on it. 8 damage towards Kansas and getting on to round 2, which is definitely a bit trickier.
Yeah, I would say definitely. Somewhere in Brazil, it's should be clear, but where? It's a very difficult round to reach, I guess. At least I think.
Yeah, I see a big palm tree, some more dense thingies as both players opt for Mato Grosso do Sul. Could make sense here. It ends up being Goiás, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
both players pretty far away from the right destination, as some small damage will be dealt to Trichter. We find ourselves in round 3 on a foresty road. But where is the question? I have no clue.
Somewhere in Canada, I would say, with the single yellow. Probably Eastern as well. Look like Eastern points to me. But yeah, where, where specifically? I
I mean,
couldn't tell you.
there
At least they're
isn't
not zoomed in.
there's not a bus stop, so I would assume Consus is not getting the right road here. Although he is getting closer than Trichter, as the answer lies around Thunder Bay, Ontario. Small damage being dealt to Trichter. Now on to round 4, where we seem to be in Iceland, recognizable by the
True,
bollards.
very true.
Pretty
Curious to
hilly.
see. Yeah, exactly. Big mountain, maybe volcano to the east. Very distinct.
I
Probably
think
if
I
you've seen that before, you know where it is.
Yeah, I think I saw some ocean to the west, or at least some water, but I'm not sure. It seems like there would be some water there.
Could very well be, indeed. Yeah.
Both players are on the west
Oh,
coast, but Trichter is on the right road with a very impressive guess here, barely missing out on a 5k. But Consus was also around the same area, so only 100 damage towards him. So getting ourselves into round 5 with some truck coverage here.
yeah. I think it is Oman. Seeing where Constance is gonna zoom into. Trichter in Oman. Both players in Oman. Probably is Oman then.
Very well should be. See some Omani looking buildings out there.
Very similar, I think. Even more
Yeah,
similar now.
yeah, they're looking around the same road even. So there won't be a big difference here. The answer lies in a triangle. Even only 2 damage being dealt towards Kansas. On to
Huge
round
too.
6, where we find ourselves, I believe, in Nigeria, with the police car following us.
Yep. Very dry, very sandy.
Yeah, exactly.
And a mountain to the north. So the northern part definitely makes sense. Trichter
Trichter
is in
zooming in on,
Gombe.
yeah, Gombe.
Constance is also in Gombe now.
Maybe the mountain reveals
That does
something
make
to them.
sense. Gombe does have a mountain north of it, so and that's where it was.
And that's definitely where it was. If both players around 1 kilometer away, Kansas only dealing 2 points of damage towards Trichter. These players are incredibly even in skill.
We move on to a Uganda round.
Round 7. I mean, that's
Which,
a recognizable truck, I believe.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna be Kampala, but instead a park in the west.
Yeah, both players seem to agree with you.
I do think it's around where Constance is right now. If I remember correctly.
I mean, we are going
They
to
do.
see, Kansas is on it again, 33 kilometers away. With multipliers adding up, this is a first big hit towards Trichter. Almost 1700 of damage being dealt towards him. Trichter just above of 3k health left as Kansas looking comfortably around the 5.8k.
So we might be in Nepal for the first time. I
Ooh,
wouldn't rule it out
Nepal.
here. Huge
Could
mountains.
be a very hard one. Big difference could be coming in here. As we do see Nepal on Kansas' screen. Let's see where Trichter will opt to go. He's looking at some trees, some foliage, seeing if he can make something out of this. Yeah, does opt to go for Nepal. Might just be a middle click here as it ends up being west, which means Trichter is definitely closer. 700 damage towards Kansas. Will eat out of his health bar. On to round 9 where we got a... aren't those Argentinian poles?
Yeah, very true. The big, very huge balls with 2 bases are Argentinian.
We've got some huge mountains to our, I believe, our west.
Yeah, it's like a
Oh,
northwest southeast
oh,
valley.
east also as well.
Yeah, so there are a lot of valleys, unfortunately, that move this way.
Yeah, I would assume so in Argentina. Both players around the same area, I believe. Yeah, Kansas is closer though. 50 kilometers away with multipliers adding up. That is another 1k damage towards Trichter as Trichter is starting to get a bit low. Kansas looking really strong here on the no move again. We find ourselves already in round 10. This no move game 3. This semi-final is turning out to be a very close one, but I'm up for it. Now, this
Definitely.
round, we are in the USA.
Yeah, it looks Midwest to me.
Yeah, I would agree
Like
on
one of
that.
the Oklahoma, Kansas, maybe even further north. Tough to tell always. South Dakota for both.
Something might have given that away then, as it will end up being Kansas. You said it rightfully. Both players in South Dakota, 600 damage towards Trichter. Kansas just getting the better of him. Multipliers are starting to get dangerously high now. Now, this could be a round where it ends, because I have no clue where this is. It might be a Russia angle, right?
It definitely could be a Russia angle. Small antenna. It's always a meta in Russia with the antennas.
I mean, last Russia round Kansas was just on it on just looking at a bust up, which was really impressive. Let's see if he can do it again. Small difference could knock out Trichter here with these multipliers almost at ×4. We'll see where they opt to go around the same area. Moscow.
Whoa!
Kansas is more east, but Trichter is definitely closer. Let's see what the multipliers will do. 3.6k damage towards Kansas with 1 hit. They are even again.
Wow.
Very good guess from
Absolutely
Trichter.
great guess. Great
Really,
guess by
really,
Trichter.
really great guess from him. Now on to round 12. I believe that is a Senegalese pole.
Well, it's a
Oh,
French poll, so it
it's
also could
Tunisian.
be Tunisia.
Ah, yes, of course. I saw a black license plate, which would indicate Tunisia then, I think, on the following car.
Yeah. Also have the southern follow car with the darker green.
Yeah,
It
both
is
players are in
very
the
similar.
south. Let's see if they
Oh,
are on the same road. This is, I mean, yeah, I would just assume that they're on the same plate, on the right thing then, but it won't be. Around the coast, it ends up 200 damage towards Strichter. I don't think these rounds make any difference because it's just gonna be a one hit KO from this point on. Round
yeah.
13. Is this like a UK and Ireland?
On this one, I couldn't really tell you. I can see both here. So I'm very curious to see what the players will do.
I think Kansas is
We
assuming.
are going.
Kansas is in Ireland, Trichter is in the UK, so this could mean the end of the game here. We're gonna find out. The multipliers are definitely high enough. If one of them is on the right spot, we will see. It will end up being Ireland. Is that enough for a GG? It definitely will. Consus taking the no move. Going up 2-1 to Trichter. That was a really, really, really close game.
Oh. Indeed. Yeah, very close. Crazy consistency again by Consus. Almost losing it on the star, of course.
I mean, for me, that Russia guess was, or the Consus Russia guess was insane. I was just saying like, oh my god, all we've got is a bust up, and he just 5Ks it. That's, I mean,
even though it's regional, it's still.
Even though it's regional, it's still an insane guess for him. Now, Trichter is back on picking the game mode, so I'm excited to see what he will pick. Last time he picked NMPZ. You think there will be a difference?
I know it won't be a difference.
It won't be a difference, so we're gonna get an NMPZ game 4, which is really exciting to see, as Consus has moved up to a lead of 2-1, which means he is on a match point here. If he wins this one, he will find himself in the grand finale and will knock Trichter down to the losers final. So there is all left to play for, and I think if it's possible, we should just go on and get ahead into game, as we find ourselves here in a game 4 of this first banger of a semi-final. Trichter versus Consus. Consus looking to take his ticket to the final. Round 1 NMPZ. We've got a
tough.
nothing burger.
Absolute nothing. Gen 2 though, maybe European. So I would go Italy maybe.
Yeah, foliage looks European, but it's definitely a tough one, as there is not much to work with. See a Spain. Ooh. Oh, I see a Hawaii from Consus. This could be... No, he was just zooming in. He was ended up in Italy, and it ends up being Portugal. So already 2.6k damage towards Consus. A really strong start here from Trichter.
Exactly what you want to see if you are Trichter. Getting big damage on that first round. Getting some confidence maybe.
Yeah, you need to get some momentum getting behind you if you want to be able to take some games off of Consus. We saw it with Dan earlier today. This man is not to be beat easily. Trichter looking to see what he can do here on this round 2. Not much to work with, as we see a Mexico angle maybe here. USA.
USA, both USA, I think. Yeah, very close to one another. And Navajo.
Yeah, Consus has locked it. We're gonna see where it'll end up. It'll end up in the reservation. Trichter is closer though. Small 300 damage towards Consus, leaving him with just over half HP left. Finding ourselves already in round 3 of this NMPZ game 4. We see some Cyrillic text on a sign.
True, we have a sign, we have the cabbage, so both players know that we are on Sakhalin. So now it's just finding the place. Euro something.
We will see if any of them can find
Maybe
it, as
Consus.
Yeah, Consus found something
it.
on the west coast of this peninsula. Let's see if he can go for the 5k, if he can...
Oh, he's there as well.
Yeah, he locked it in. He locked it first, but Trichter is closer, 38 meters away. Trichter with the 5k on this Russian peninsula gas, dealing small damage towards Consus. On to round 4 we go, as we find ourselves in another forest. Might be a European forest, as Consus is zooming in immediately onto Czechia.
Yeah, it's very tough Europe round this to get the country.
Yeah, very generic Europe round, I think. I think every forest in Europe could look like this.
Yeah, maybe not ours, but...
Yeah, road quality not that good. So, actually could be Belgium.
Oh.
It ends up being southern Poland. But with the Czechia gas, Consus is a bit closer, dealing small damage towards Trichter. Isn't flawless anymore.
Indeed. Getting rid of the flawless, also mental edge.
Definitely a mental edge. Now we find ourselves in round 5 as we've got a pole with some stickers on it.
And we do
As we
have a
see.
blue sticker, so it should
Yeah.
be France. I don't know why Constance is in Western Italy then. He switched.
Maybe I looked over it or has some other meta that we don't know of. Southern France seems to be the area where we're guessing here. Around Montpellier, it ends up being a bit more north. Constance is definitely closer. Multipliers times 1.9, 600 damage towards Trichter. Trichter still in a comfortable lead.
Indeed, not much that has happened since the round 1.
Yeah, very similar guesses from these players, but all could change here, as this is a very tough one. Another Russia round, perhaps.
Yeah, the Gen 4 winter, so it should be somewhere in the west, maybe more south, but you see both players northeast of the same place. So it's gonna be no damage again,
I
MC.
mean, they're almost on top of each other, which I found really impressive. They think so much alike, and he'll end up being there as well. Trichter only a bit closer, so not much damage being dealt towards Kansas. He is below half HP now, so he's gonna have to fight for his life from now on. Now in round 7, I think we're in some South America action here.
Yeah, the letter ball to the left should be Brazil. I was thinking about Minas myself, but
It's really
looks
green. We've almost got some reddish soil.
yeah, which is common all over. I think the ball on the left hand side is kind of weird for Minas, maybe. Gonzalez is in Para.
Yeah, Trichter is going very, very, very much north, as Kansas is opting there now as well. It'll end up being Rondonia. Kansas is a bit closer, around 700 damage towards Trichter. Trichter getting chipped down. Slow
But
and
they're
easily.
also maybe disappointed in himself, kind of mad at himself that he didn't go there.
Yeah, I
Seemed
mean,
like
maybe he was doubting between that place and the place where he went, so could be a mental thing. Now already on to round 8, as we might have some Botswana, South Africa action.
yeah, no, not Botswana, but because it's Gem 4 and we don't have that yet in Botswana. South Africa would make sense.
At least it seems to be
It is.
northern southern Africa. And yes, it is. Only a small difference separates these players. It'll end up being around 100 damage towards Kansas. Trichter looking very good on this NMPZ.
Yeah, very strong. Not giving Cousins an inch so far.
Definitely not. He is fighting for what he's worth. As we find ourselves probably in Japan. At least Kansas seem to think so. Trichter agrees with him. Damage times 3.1. Japan
Could be
could
big.
be a big difference here. They are pretty far apart. This could be a big hit with the multipliers adding up. We're going to see who will end up with the closer guess. We'll find out.
Whoa!
Kansas is very, very, very close. Will the multipliers be enough to knock him down? No, it won't. 3.7k damage. It will knock Trichter to 900 HP left. This is a very big hit for Kansas.
Absolutely huge. Twitter was at like 4K, was ahead by so much, and one Japan round, one good guess by
One
Conses.
insane guess from Kansas. He was really, really close. And now the USA might be a decider here at all as we find ourselves in round 10. Could be a very hard one.
Yeah, this one is very tough. I wouldn't be surprised if Trichter would be far enough.
And
It's only 300 points.
if Kansas wins this one, he finds himself in the grand final since he is already 2-1 up.
Oh, big difference.
Trichter
Oh
with a
no!
last second switch to South Dakota. It'll
Oh
end up.
no!
No, he had to stay there, but still, he ends up being the closest guess. 800 damage towards Kansas. The last second switch. It might have
No.
won him the game if he would just let his marker stay there around Calgary. Kansas getting really lucky over here.
Conses definitely not knowing how close he was to losing that. Only
Oh,
2 seconds or something.
This is some very tense gameplay as we find ourselves in round 11 of this NMPC Game 4. Both players opting for Latvia in the Baltics. Would assume that this won't be the biggest hit. Both players
Shouldn't
might
be.
be able to survive this one.
They should be able to survive this, but
Yeah, Constance around middle, Trichter around the same area. Yeah, both players with very similar gas will end up being east. Let's see. Yeah, only 150 damage towards Trichter. For Trichter, even a sneeze is enough to knock him out now.
see the
Constance
move.
with not that big of a margin himself. I mean, you would assume that this could be the end of the game. This is another Canada or USA, right?
Yeah, definitely. Could definitely be game. Really depends on where the players will guess. But then again, only not even 150 or something points. Is it enough for Constance to win here?
Constance looking to close out this game and get his ticket into the final for Trichter. This is his do or die moment. Will he be knocked down to the losers final, or will he knock out Constance and get another game?
Oh,
Trichter is definitely closer. Will it be enough to take Constance to game 5? It definitely will be.
bro.
Trichter takes game 4, and we will find ourselves in another silver scrapes with Constance. Wow.
Wow. Indeed.
Another incredibly tense game. And Kansas again being pushed to 5 games. The level of these players is insanely high, and being able to fight with a former world champion on this level just shows that the level of these players is just insane. Now, I do
Not very
believe
true.
that we've had 2 no moves, we've had 2 NMPCs. That means the decider of this semi-final will be played on moving. I don't
Very
think
true.
we've had that before, but please correct me if I'm wrong. A moving final
Not
should
yet,
be
no.
something very interesting, as both players are looking to secure their place in the grand final for a ticket into the GCEC, as the loser of this game will still have a chance for a last chance qualifier in the losers final. But wow, what a game. I mean, I would have felt really bad for Trichter if with that switch, that last second switch in Canada,
Yeah,
and he
true.
would have ended up losing the round. But fortunately for him, he ended up still clutching his round. So that is something he can be happy with.
Very true. Both players are ready, Humsey.
I mean, Wouter, we should just get into this banger of a semi-final. I hope the other semi-final will be just as a tense match as this, as we find ourselves in our last game of this first semi-final, Trichter versus Constance. It's 2-2, the last Belgian hope versus the former world champion. We're going to see who will find themselves in our grand final. We're going to do it on moving, and we're going to start over here. In what country?
In South Africa, I would say. Both players trying to find some information. Could be difficult in South Africa.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, all you're looking for is maybe some road numbers or place names. I don't think there is much else to look for, as these road numbers are being really worn down. I don't know if they're readable for Kansas. Does see some place names, I think. Could at least indicate a region, as Trichter hasn't found anything yet, I believe. Kansas really following the coast, so might have found the 2 highways since he's looking at that.
Trichter is very far zoomed in, so actually might be.
Yeah, he definitely would have found something that would indicate him to that region. Found a place name or anything. Gonna see
See,
who
very
will
big
end up
difference.
being closer. It is definitely Trichter who had the better info then. Big difference. So Trichter will start this final game very good and takes his first lead of this game 1-0. I mean, I just have to imagine that these players are so incredibly nervous for this game.
I can't imagine how nerve-wracking a pinpointing duel would be to make the finals.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the most flashy way, but it's definitely the most skillful way to get yourself into a final. I mean, for me as a shoutcaster, it's not that fun because I want to just see some health bars drop.
I think it's very nerve-wracking.
But I completely agree. This is very nerve-wracking since you only get to see the scores at the very last second, and both players. It could just depend on who gets the faster 5K, right?
Yeah, who gets the better info?
Just
As we see,
imagine.
Consus maybe having a small disconnect.
Yeah, but just imagine this game goes on to 4-4, and then both players in the last round are looking for a 5K, and they both get the 5K, but the difference is 1 second.
Yeah.
I can see it happen. Yeah, Constance is being awkwardly still here. Might be some technical difficulties on his side. Gonna have to wait and find out what happened there. Stricter is just looking around, seeing if he can find anything. I don't know if Kansas will get a guess in this way.
Don't think so. I think we should wait a little.
Yeah, Trickter with a very impressive guess over here. But as Kansas couldn't get a guess in, we would assume there is something not completely right on Kansas's side. So we are gonna wait and see. Let's check if Kansas is still okay or if the nerves have gotten the worst of him. And maybe the nerves got to him, Wouter.
Yeah, could very well be. I don't think Consus would be the guy to be nervous. But
I mean, I agree, but still. I mean, Trickter is
do.
not someone to be underestimated, you know?
He's 2-2 in the set after all, so very close again.
Very close indeed.
We have some internet issues.
Okay, yeah, could happen to the best of us, as this is just proven.
He's going now, so he should know why he's waiting.
Yeah, that's good to see.
It also happened during at least my game with Consus, where we had to restart like 3 times or something. Because his
during the regular season
went out. Yeah, in the regular season, where his internet went out, just 3 different no-move games. So it's not a first, but it's unfortunate that it happens at this time. I could have won 2 games now. That's all I'm saying.
You would have pushed him to a game 5 as well. Is that what you're saying?
That's not how regular season works, but I could have won. I don't. I still would have lost 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but notice. Do you have a bollard inside your room?
Maybe.
Nice.
Which one is it? Let me see.
I actually don't know. Is this? I have no clue.
Polish bollard.
The Polish bollard. Wow, how did you get that one?
Well, I went to Poland, and there was
and you
a bollard
just
on the side of the road.
You just stole the bollard.
I didn't steal it because it already was removed, so it wasn't doing anything. I thought I could take it.
I mean, if there isn't a price sticker on it, it's free, right?
That's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying.
That's the Dutch mentality. De gierige Hollanders. Is there any info on Kansas? Or is his internet still out? Not yet.
Also went offline of Discord now, so...
Might be a complete power outage then.
Yep. Seems to be. We'll just wait.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait. I mean, it is tough that we're in such an apex of this epic semi-final and we're just gonna have to wait like this because I just want to see who moves on in this incredibly tense game. Yeah.
So much pressure. The internet couldn't handle it.
Maybe his PC couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh, also very true. I assumed it was internet issues, but might have just been his PC as well.
Yeah, it could very well be. Maybe his mom walked in, said dinner's ready.
Mom.
Someone said, I'll
Lucky.
sub in, don't worry. I mean, just play the Lowlands League and you can have your chance to play against these incredible players. If you're good enough, at least that is. I mean, I know Wouter is. I know I'm not. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know what we should do in this situation. I don't follow it. But we are 2-0 up for Richter.
Yeah, I mean, it's just we just have to play the waiting game, I guess. We have to
Yeah,
wait
I guess
for.
we can go to a break real quick and wait till Constance is back and immediately start again.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. I mean, yeah, we've got nothing else to do. So yeah, due to technical difficulties on Constance's side, we're gonna put this semi-final to a quick pause. We'll be right back with you guys as soon as we get some info or as soon as Constance will be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the middle of our epic semi-final between Constance and Trichter, and right as Game 5 was just turning out to be a banger, Constance's internet dropped, at least we assume, but now he is back. Wouter, you have some information for us, right?
Yes, so
what is
due
the game
to
state?
the technical difficulties with Constance, Trichter said that we could reset the last round, so we're back to a 1-0 for Trichter. And we're gonna start again. Like nothing happened.
Nothing happened. I mean, it was just a small break. Constance is back. We're back at a 1-0 lead for Trichter. on this do or die game for both of these players for a place in the grand final of the Lowlands League. We're gonna see where this will end up being. Remember, we're on moving, so it's a pinpointing duel. First of 5 wins. We do end up, I believe, in France.
Yeah. Somewhere in France. Some small place names spawn players we definitely don't recognize.
No, definitely not. Some small places and roads. Do see some French bollards indeed. Both players just running through a forest, it seems. Some small villages, some rural towns. Not that much to work off.
Don't recognize any of these places on constant screen. Maybe full name? That might be lying.
Could very well be. Gonna find out. Both players only around 10 seconds left as Kansas is zoomed in around the region of Dijon. Let's see where Trichter will place his marker. Only 5 seconds left. It's gonna have to make a quick plonk. Will go around north, around the middle, also around Dijon. Trichter with the closer guess. Fairly comfortably outside of the tie range. Doubles his lead onto a 2-0. We move on onto a... I believe this is a Baltic round, right? With the...
Yeah, it does seem to be Estonia with the short dashes.
And I also saw we started at like the pole with the road number on it, I believe, and I saw something on like how it's angled towards the road, which could indicate each of the 3 countries of the Baltics.
Yeah, very true. The Estonian one is horizontal or parallel to the road. The Latvian is perpendicular to the road. And Lithuania has like an arrow on both sides.
Yeah, like a V shape or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I know my metas. I don't know the Polish bollard in your room, but I know I know the Estonian road sign meta. As both players just running through this Estonian forest with not much to go off.
No, not much at all. Even Shitcam on Gonzo's side.
Yeah. It's not looking good for him. Whereas he does find some road signs. Is it readable though?
Very tough.
It is readable.
I definitely don't know these.
I think I saw Liva on a small island. Yeah, I saw it right last second on Kansas' screen, but both players around the same distance away from Liva, ending up with a tie over here. We're still looking at a 2-0 lead for Trichter. We find ourselves in South America for round 4.
Yeah, back to another Brazil.
Another Brazil. We've had quite some Brazil rounds today. Always a fun country to guess on, since it can be so hard to region guess.
5. Mato Grosso V Grande. Don't know what the V would stand for. Victoria. Valsea Grande. Downtown Cuiabá.
Yeah, Kansas is on it. I think Trichter knows where to look as well.
Trichter found a phone code, but not the place name.
He saw Varzea Grande. I saw that on his screen though.
Oh, maybe he doesn't think of it as a place or as a place.
But maybe he doesn't know that it's like a suburb of Cuiabá or anything. Seems not quite certain of where to look, as Kansas is looking for some place or anything. Anything to line up his 5k angle, as Trichter is now on Varzea Grande as well. So I would just
Will be
assume
very close.
it's gonna be a very close one, as Kansas is definitely closer. Tie range is 3 points. Will just be enough with 4. So
4.
Kansas takes his point, and it's 2-1 still for Trichter, but Kansas is on the board. On to round 5 we go. A German-speaking country, at least.
Yeah, it should be Germany, I think. Definitely look. Will play A on the sign I just saw, so it should be
Then it will
somewhere in Germany.
definitely be Germany, but Germany maybe looking for some Landkreisen or highways, place names, as Kansas found something. Don't know if it was valuable info.
Move through it instead of going onto the road.
Yeah. Now Trichter found Dortmund Frankfurt. That is some good info.
And through road, which is also very useful.
Would indicate the west of Germany. Following some highways.
Near Hagen. Richter no notes.
Kansas again, skipping some signs. Also around Hagen, so it definitely knows it is in that area at least.
Are very much missing. Mark. He sends it. I think he has it.
Trichter might have just found it with 10 seconds left on the clock for Kansas. Would assume that this point will be going to Trichter then if he's found the 5k. Let's see if Kansas can find anything. Might be just a tad bit too late. We're gonna find out as Trichter is on it. Point for the fastest 5k. Kansas still rewarded with a 5k, but Trichter gets the point. Leads 3-1.
Very well done by Trichter.
A very impressive 5k. On to round 6 we go, as this will prove out to be a tough one, I would assume, as we find ourselves around South Africa or something.
Yeah, somewhere in South Africa. Maybe even. I think it's small. Oh, it's Namibia.
It is Namibia.
According to Kansas,
Indeed. These players definitely know better than I do, as Kansas found a road number. A D.
He already has it.
He already has it, so this could be a very fast one if he can line up the 5k. Trichter still looking for a general area, I believe, as he does find it now as well. Zoomed in to the same place as Kansas has. Who will find the 5k the fastest?
You would send it the fast.
Kansas not happy with his guess, does lock it in. Will Trichter be able to find the real 5k, or does Kansas already have it? Kansas doesn't look too happy with his guess, but Trichter is in the same area. Does switch up, looking for another road. Assume Trichter taking his time to find the real one, but only looking at the same place where Kansas went. Would assume that Kansas is on the right place and taking this point for himself. We will find it. No, we won't. Kansas missed the 5k. Which means that Trichter moves up 4-1 here.
Bit of a tough pinpoint there.
Kansas sending just a bit too early.
I think he sent... I thought the houses were right next to it, so it might be a bit mismapped. Unfortunate.
Yeah, could very well be the case. It's very unfortunate, but it does put Trichter at match point over here in this Silver Scrapes Game 5 for a ticket to the Grand Final. Trichter looking to take down the former world champion as the only Belgian hope here in the Lowlands League. We just assume he might be able to do it here. Out here in India, very tough one. Not much information to go off.
Place names now for Kansas.
Does he know? He has already found the place, I believe. So,
yeah,
definitely.
That's 250 kilometers away. So,
yeah, might not be that, or at least point him to a general direction, but it won't let him onto the 5K. Now let's look at Trichter. Trichter found something only 2 kilometers away. You would assume that if he finds that place, might just secure his spot in the final. What can Kansas do? Will Kansas climb back into this game? We're gonna find out. Trichter with something of a road number, road sign. We will see. 3 seconds left. Will Trichter be able to do it? Gonna find out. No, he won't. Kansas is definitely closer on this one. Kansas with another point on the board. 4-2. Kansas not giving up so easily.
Still surviving. Still only 1 point needed.
He needs 1 point to knock down the world champion and advance into this grand final of the Lowlands League, which would be an incredible performance by him. Incredible achievement even. And he's gonna have to do it, or he's gonna have to try it here in Australia, I would assume.
Yeah, definitely Australia. We're out. I don't know how that used to be the place. Or something, at least. He and Adelaide to the north.
Ooh. Kansas was looking all the way to Western Australia, but the Adelaide sign definitely makes him switch it up. As Trichter found a useful sign with the A8, also Adelaide on it, but Adelaide is very far away.
24, which is definitely not far.
Ooh, Trichter is an Ararat. Trichter found Ararat though. This could be the end of the game.
Big.
Trichter looking for the 5K over here. Let's see if Kansas can find anything. Kansas still looking towards Adelaide. I don't think Kansas is the right area. Trichter might have found the 5K here. He locked it already. Did he do it? Did our Belgian player knock down the world champion of 2023? We're gonna find out in 7 seconds. Let's see if he can find anything. What can Kansas put against this? We're gonna find out. Trichter is gonna do it. Trichter wins 5-2 and secures his spot in the grand final, knocking down former world champion Kansas to the losers final. Wow, what a game.
Yeah. Very, very impressive. I think Kansas got a bit baited there with the Adelaide to the north.
Sign, right? Yep.
And then it's 524 kilometers away. Yeah.
That was such a useful sign for Trichter to find there. It was basically all the info he needed.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that was a great game from both players, and it might just be... I mean, Trichter is a great player, but we could just say this was an upset because of Kansas's big favorite role in this entire tournament. So, I mean, that is a huge achievement for Trichter. And Trichter looking to... I mean, he's the only Belgian player, and he's made it to finals.
Yeah, very, very much making up for the lack of Belgium and Luxembourgish players in the Lowlands League.
I mean, it's Trichter versus the Netherlands, but he likes those odds, I would assume. So, a big win from him. Knocking down Kansas to the losers final. We're going to see him play later. He's still going to have a chance to win a GCEC last chance qualifier ticket. But yeah, Trichter already knows that he's going to at least have a last chance qualifier for GCEC, or will have a straight ticket, right? So,
yep,
already
very true.
Already something of a prize for him. Now, are we going to go into another break, or are we just going to go straight on through?
Might need a little bit of a break to set up the game.
Yeah,
with the new players.
I mean, we're going to have to cool down a bit from this 5-game banger we just had.
Also,
next game, Ralius versus Armani, is going to be a great game. Both very skilled and evenly matched players. So hopefully we're going to get another really awesome game for you guys. We're going to take a quick break. After the break, we'll be back with the second semi-final of the day. We'll see you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this Lowlands League Playoffs Day 3 Finals Day. We just had a banger of a semi-final between Trickter and Kansas, with Trickter just barely winning over Kansas, pushing Kansas, the former world champion, to the losers final. Now we've got our second semi-final coming up between Ralius and Armani. It's going to be another banger of a matchup. Wouter, you know these players personally. What can you tell me about them?
Armani, one of my first viewers, real GeoGuessr viewers, and Radius, my teammate on Hoge Veluwe meeting. So, yeah, I can't pick a side here. I'm really grateful to watch these guys play.
Both
against one
players
another.
of incredibly high level. I think we're just gonna take a quick look at them. Let's see who we'll be checking out first. First, we're gonna be checking out Ralius. Favorite countries: India. Least favorite countries: Russia, Canada, and Oman. Doesn't have a favorite game mode, although you would assume that his moving was really good, right?
Yeah, I think that's a real big strength for Morales, is that he's good on everything. So he doesn't really need a favorite.
Yeah, and a very impressive regular season with 14 wins, 0 draws, and only 2 losses. So a very, very, very strong player. But of course, he wouldn't be here in the semifinals if he wasn't a very strong player. But now, versus his opponent, I mean, I believe he knocked down you, right, Wouter?
He did,
He
rightfully
definitely
so.
did, right?
Yeah.
I mean, does this man need an introduction? It is Armani. There we have him with his sombrero. Favorite countries: Ecuador, New Zealand, and Eswatini. Least favorite countries: Oman, Kazakhstan, and Namibia. With a preference for the NMPZ game mode.
Yeah, definitely something I do expect for him to pick, as he is the most comfortable on that game mode.
On the NMPZ, yeah, of course. But Ralius was the higher seed, so he gets first choice. And you already told me before that he did choose the moving, right?
Correct. He did pick the moving.
He did pick the moving game one. That is something I am excited to see. I mean, if both players are ready and in lobby, I think
both players are ready.
We should just get into this. In our second semi-final, we've got Ralius versus Armani. We're talking about game one. Scores are 0-0. We're starting with pinpointing. First to 5 takes the first game. I'm excited to see where this will end up. Both players so extremely skilled. Either of the one could take this game. So we start off in France, I would presume.
Yeah, somewhere in a suburb maybe, or just a smaller place.
Could very well be the case. I see some
Not
very
even,
flat landscape, some generic looking buildings.
but still pretty hilly. Not
Oh yeah, you're
mountainous,
right,
but
actually.
it's a lot of elevation. I don't know where Armani is.
Yeah,
Did it
Armani,
say Ile-de-France there?
It
might have been.
did say
Missed
that,
it
I
on
think.
Radius' screen. Ile-de-France is the province around Paris, or the department.
That would indicate a good region.
He's not zooming in there, so maybe not. Maybe something else front.
Both players scanning, looking for anything that could help them. Not much information to be found here. Radius is zoomed in pretty heavily, looking for something, I would assume. Maybe found a place name or anything.
Maybe a border or something, a department border.
Yeah, could be.
He thinks he's close.
Gonna see who will end up the closest, as Armani is actually quite far away from Ralius, and Ralius is just on it, 800 meters away, barely missing out on the 5k, but definitely enough for the first point. Ralius taking the first lead of this semifinal.
Very well done by Radius there. I haven't completely missed what he saw. Couldn't tell you.
Oh, same for me. I would assume it was something of a place name, or as you rightfully said, a department border or anything that would indicate him to the right spot. As now in round 2, we find ourselves, I believe, in Australia?
Somewhere down under.
Somewhere down under.
Where it's gonna be the difficult part. Hurrah!
Burra is one of those
Doesn't
words that just sounds so extremely Australian. Could be anywhere.
oh, and
Oh
it's
wow, he
famous
just
apparently.
finds it. He just finds it.
That's crazy.
I mean, I didn't know it was that easy.
Armani definitely did not know it like that.
Oh, maybe went the other side of the road. Missed out on the information. As Rallius is already lining up a 5k. Armani now with his first information, some highway numbers.
And the bend to the north is south. Oh, it's to the south, so it should be mapped. I think Radius has it then.
Yeah, Radius locked it in. There is a bend to the south where he's locked it, so I would only assume that this would be his 5k. Should mean that at this point we'll be going to Rallius again. See if Armani can find Burra. Don't think he will. Let's see. No, looking around to find anything won't be the case. Comes awkwardly close, but Rallius with 11 meters away with his first 5k of this semi-final. Doubles his lead 2-0.
Indeed.
On to round 3 we go. This looks way more European. I think I saw a .at on the truck.
Put this in Austria, of course. The signs definitely make sense for somewhere in Austria.
It's really flat for Austria though, so that would indicate like eastern of Vienna or like that area, right? Southern of Vienna.
Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe north even. And Schwechat Hansdorf, maybe.
Well, I've never heard of it, but hey, I've never heard of Burra, and Rallius just zoomed into it that as well.
Big signs on Armani screen right now.
Oh yeah, even Budapest and Prague on the signs, so it might be near the border.
On the S1. Proves to be difficult to find here. Rallius is zoomed in.
Looking south of Vienna, at least around it. Armani looking in the same general area though. What will these players find? Linz is on the signs, so that would make sense. The S1, is hard to find. Yeah, Rally has found it. And is the closer. Tie range is 2 points. Damage will be 8, so does put him out of tie range. 3-0 for Rallius now. Both players were very similar in guess. Rallius just getting the better of Armani as we move on to round 4. Armani not yet on the board.
Move on to Vietnam, apparently. Thought it was Sri Lanka at first. Definitely Vietnam with all these flags.
Yeah, some Vietnamese flags over there. Sri Lanka would have made sense to me.
Rallius had to play Vietnam moving in La Ligue very recently. So he should be warmed up for this.
He should have some knowledge then that could be able to help him. Let's see, very hard round through some random village in Vietnam, it seems.
Yeah. Looks somewhat southern to me.
And why is that?
Mountains.
Lack of mountains.
It's very green. Yeah. Province name. Not very southern at all.
No, but it is good info as Armani's also found something.
Not as great, I don't think, as Radius' info right now.
I think Armani is a bit more north, around Hanoi.
This province is huge. I'm looking for Radius, but he might still be close.
Yeah, Armani is definitely more Northern, but we're gonna see. Yeah, it was definitely the area Ralius was scanning, and it will deliver him his 4th point of this semifinal, putting us at 4-0 in Ralius's favor. Needs only one more to get the first game over here. So a very strong showing from him here on this moving round 1. So we find ourselves in round 5. This seems to be the USA.
USA, we have,
State even on those signs, or?
yeah, I think that is Missouri again. And we know we are in Ellington.
So it's gonna be scanning for Ellington, Missouri.
And Ralius just comes in on it again.
Yeah, it's like Burra. He finds it. He's got it. I mean, this man is just scrolling onto these random ass place names. I mean, it's very impressive. I would just assume he's found the 5k here, so that Armani is helpless here, and it would just be a 5-0 to Ralius. Let's see if he can find anything. If he can find Ellington at least.
Doesn't seem.
I don't think.
For him.
No. This is gonna be a 5-0 to Ralius. A very, very, very impressive showing on his side. Of course, the moving was his pick. He's gonna make it 1-0 in this second semifinal. Wow, what a showing!
Yeah, very, very impressive. 5-0. I don't think we've seen that so far.
Nah, me neither. But I mean, I get why he's picking the moving. So, as Armani, I would not pick moving again. I would definitely step away from it. I would pick something else, maybe even the NMPZ that he favors so much. But yeah, very, very strong showing from Ralius. That is what he likes, getting the momentum behind him. And as Armani, not the start you would hope for.
No, definitely not.
Now, please.
I do have confirmation that Armani has picked what we thought, the NMPZ.
Yes. We're getting some NMPZ action as Armani prefers. I love to see it. I'm excited to see if Armani can fight back a bit more than on this moving, because it was just a big Ralius show here on the moving game 1. 5-0 in his favor. But let's hope this NMPC game will go better for Armani at least. Because I want to see another 5-game banger like the Trichter Consis semifinal, as we find ourselves here in game 2, round 1, NMPC, Armani's pick. And we're already starting off with a very tough round 1.
Yeah. Well, it's somewhat tough. I would say it should be Argentina in the north somewhere.
And why is this so gettable then? Is that a Argentinian pole in the distance, or?
It might be. I can't see it. It's just how far away the vegetation is from the road itself, and also very, very much like this area.
Well, both players are in the same area. It's almost at the border of Paraguay. Very similar guesses. 69 damage towards Armani. Nice.
Nice.
To move on to round 2. Double yellow lines. We're driving on the right-hand side. Should indicate a USA? No, Brazil, of course.
It is a Brazilian plate with the yellow line at the top. It could be difficult. Also because it's a bit longer, I think. Gali is really zoomed in.
Yeah, he's doing the IRL zoom. I see some around Brasilia for Ralius. I think Armani is around the state of Sao Paulo, a bit more south. The answer lies in Minas Gerais. It would mean that Ralius is a bit closer, around 450 damage towards Armani. Ralius also looking good here on the NMPZ. Is he going to be able to hold this out here in round 3? Now this is a tough one, because I have no clue.
Well, the player is definitely good. You can see.
Armani just plonks it in the middle of South Korea. And it works. It ends up being all the way in the north. Some damage towards Ralius. Getting Ralius off the flawless. As we said before, the mental edge you get from that is nice.
exactly what you want. Nigeria, according to Armani and Radius.
Yeah, both players agree. Armani with a fast lock. Multipliers are starting to add up from this point on. Both players very close. Armani tad bit closer, 18 kilometers away from the right spot, 61 damage towards Ralius. Moving on to round 5. Neither player really in danger, as the playing field is quite evenly distributed.
It is, but it might differ here. A tough Southeast Asia round.
A very tough one. Some grass in the middle of the road.
Not
Ralius...
Ireland.
No, not Ireland. Or a very tropical place called Ireland, maybe. I don't know if the village of Ireland exists within the borders of Indonesia, but we are going to find out.
Money
Players lock it
debating
in.
the switch. Good thing he didn't.
Good thing he definitely didn't. Some small damage towards Ralius. Put him at 5-5-5-5. Round 6, as we found some hilly landscape, some snowy landscape, and a recognizable truck, right?
Very recognizable. North of Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Could be found around Ulaanbaatar and towards Darkhan and Erdenet. Whereabouts you'll find this.
We're gonna see if, yeah, around the area of Ulaanbaatar is definitely where they'll be opting. 3 seconds left. Won't be that big of a difference, I believe, as Armani is a bit closer, 15 kilometers away from the right answer. With multipliers adding up, that is around 260 damage towards Ralius. Armani taking a small lead now.
Very small lead. We are around 7, so not much damage has been dealt.
Round 7.
Seem to be in Bosnia.
Yeah, the new Bosnia coverage.
IP guardrails, Croatian, maybe Yugoslav.
The new Bosnia coverage is indeed there, as it ends up being a bit more south. Again, small damage towards Ralius. These players are extremely leveled. See if one of them can make a first big hit. You're gonna have to do it here in round 8. I would assume it's gonna be somewhere Northern American.
Yeah,
Alaska, maybe even.
On the same road, same stretch of the road. So
this is yeah. Wow, they're just on this exact same spot, zoomed in.
now contemplating their options. Maybe it's not here.
Yeah,
We'll
looking for a
probably
better
opt to
option.
stay here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just staying there, and Armani has it even better guess than Ralius with a 5k here on the NMPC. Dealing small damage towards Ralius, but a very impressive 5k, as both players seem to know the road. So moving on to round 9. Another tough round. Some foresty area, would assume somewhere in Europe. Some birch trees.
Yeah, gonna be tough between Finland and Sweden. Armani switching as well. Might opt to water even.
Yeah, water hedge
North.
could be the answer here. The Finland-Sweden 50-50 is a notoriously hard one, but it is locked in on Finland for both sides, as it ends up being Sweden. And the North hatch for Ralius works out. 1300 damage towards Armani.
Not the big damage we are used to yet, but still, small step.
Yeah, small steps. Armani left with a little more than 4k HP left. Ralius sitting comfortably above the 5k HP. But now we're back in the USA. Montana, seems like, or at least general area. South Dakota for Armani.
Not too far apart.
But the multipliers are starting to add up. If one of these players is really correct, could be a big hit. And Ralius is really correct. 65 kilometers away. times 3.4 means almost 3k damage towards Armani. That is a big hit.
Huge hit. Urali is really taking a lead now.
Really taking a lead on the game mode that Armani picked, so Ralius must be really feeling himself in a really comfortable spot here. Left more than 5k HP left. 20 seconds left on this probably South African round. Tough one as well.
Not much. Just some balls. That's why we know it's 100%. Where they on the same stretches again.
Yeah, where is the guess? They are incredibly close to each other. Only 20 kilometers away from them. 33 damage towards Ralius. Armani with a good guess. But Ralius minimizing the damage that is being done to him. Onto round 12. And why is that, Wouter? Tell me.
Be in Russia.
Big countries, big damage is the name of the game so far. Ralius is still comfortable on his 5k HP, but with a Russia round, everything could change. Damage
Very
will
different regions.
go times 4. They are indeed in very different regions, so I would assume this is going to be a big hit. 3 seconds left. Any last second switches? No, there won't be. We'll see who gets it on the right end. It'll definitely be Ralius, and with the multiplier times 4, this will be enough to knock down Armani, and he will double his lead 2-0. Great game from him.
Incredibly played by Ralius there.
I mean, Armani did fight back more, but still, it felt like Ralius was just in charge the entire round, or the entire game.
It was really those two rounds, the USA and Russia, where he gained all the points. So
the USA guess was very impressive to me, but again, the Russia. What can you do about it?
Yeah, not much.
Not much. I
guess
mean,
on top of him again.
Again,
all the other rounds.
Ralius now has the third game mode pick again, so I would assume he's gonna opt to go for moving again, but we'll confirm that as soon as you possibly can, of course.
I can confirm indeed
You
that he
already
picked the moving again.
Yes,
And why not?
course.
He won the 5-0, so
He won it 5-0 indeed, and that means Ralius has moved up to a match point over here against Armani. Armani, this is his do or die game. From now on, only do or die games for him. Ralius looking to claim his ticket in the Lowlands League final against Trichter. Or will Armani climb back into this game? We're going to start it again. Pinpointing duel on moving. First to 5 wins. And we're going to start it here. But you're going to have to tell me where here is. Because
Kazakhstan with the white trick again, and it looks very distinct.
it is a very,
Wrong
very
map.
flat lane.
I hear that I didn't change the map.
Oh,
we can
Armani
go back to,
indeed spamming the confused face. Ralius just moving. Maybe he doesn't know. As the game will probably be aborted.
Yep.
No issues with that. Ralius is just still playing, maybe warming up, you know. Abort the game will be clicked. Yes.
Inform.
No worries, no worries, no worries. Of course, we want to play a pinpointing duel on this moving game mode.
Yeah, that will not be happening on the Pro World.
No, right?
For sure. No.
Way too difficult.
You're not going to be able to pinpoint anything.
No, this looks way better already. Now let's get into this third game of our second semifinal. Ralius is looking out for his ticket to the final as Armani is looking to climb back into this game. Gonna see who will be able to do it. Let's hope that we get a bit more of a match here than the 5-0 we had on the previous moving. Any information, Wouter, here?
Oh, we know it's Chile. It could be Chile. all in all, the region, we have Oval and Santiago, which are two big places.
Yeah,
Oval,
Santiago, of course, being the capital.
Oval to the
Oval,
north and Santiago to the east. Weird. Might be to the south. Things I know Radius. Armani a bit ahead here. Yimari, which is where Radius is zoomed into.
yeah, definitely some useful information. Zooming in pretty far, actually.
Might be on that road that Radius is looking at now.
Yeah, he did find Limari, whatever.
Armani also very
Yeah,
close.
Armani is really close. Might be a question of who can 5k it is the fastest. As Ralius locked it in, Armani is on the same road, but Ralius with 13 meters away takes his first 5k of this game immediately in round 1 and goes up 1-0. Very strong start from him again on this moving, proving to be a very, very strong moving player. That's of course why he picked this game mode.
Armani not having moving on dislike anymore, but still. Apparently not as good as Radius.
Both players. No, definitely not. Both players finding Parkersburg with a lot of ease as Ralius has locked it again. Might just be on the 5k. Armani still looking, scanning.
I think he is on the 5k, MC.
Yeah, the angle seemed to work as it was on a highway, a divided highway with a curve. It could very well be the case as Armani is looking to line it up as well. But if Ralius had the faster 5k, it doesn't even matter. Let's see, 5 seconds left for Armani to give a reaction. Not too happy, but Ralius is on the 5k with 11 meters. Back 5k for Ralius. Means he doubles his lead and goes up 2-0 in this do or die game for Armani. It's not what you want to see as an Armani fan.
He definitely needs Armani to get some points on the board. Not won a moving round yet against Radius.
Yeah, Ralius just looking extremely, extremely strong here on the moving rounds. And we're back in the USA again for this round 3.
No trouble getting out of the car park. Finally made it.
Not much to go off of. Yeah, Maryland is to be zoomed by Ralius. Allentown, yeah, you saw it as well. Seems like a pretty small village to me, but I mean, Ralius can zoom into the smallest places, it seems, without any hesitation.
He just finds it sometimes. He just does it
sometimes. Sometimes, yeah.
In the greater area of Washington right now.
Yeah, Armani just still following this big road, looking for anything. Doesn't seem to find much. Ralius is still looking for, I think, the little town sign, or what was it? It's just gonna be south of Washington, which means that Ralius is definitely the closer guess here. Goes up 3-0. Armani still yet to be on the board. This is not looking good for him.
Allentown not being findable, so logical that Radius couldn't find it.
Yep.
It doesn't show up.
No, it was all the way on the other side of Washington, of course. So moving on to round 4. Let's hope that Armani can at least take a round. .co.uk.
Didn't see a place name that. Radius is now on a bigger road, but definitely wasn't.
Ooh, Armani found something.
Huge sign. M11. always a big road. The A roads are also numbered. 820 indeed. So
Yeah, he already
money is
found
very
Dunmo.
close.
But Rallius with some info now as well. So good look for the same place. Let's see if he can find it, as Armani is trying to line up his 5k, I believe. Rallius is more scanning for, I believe it is Dunmo, where Armani is currently at.
And he has found Chelmsford with time. 14 miles, I guess, to the east. He was closer.
Yeah, Armani is switching, but he is on the right place with 300 meters away, barely missing out on a 5k. He does take the point away from Rallius, who couldn't find the right village. For once, he couldn't find the right village.
He got wrong round. He's back in it.
He's back in it. This must be a relief for Armani, taking away a round for Rallius. Let's see if he can keep up his momentum. He's gonna have to. This is still his do or die game. Rallius up 2-0. And remember, it is first to 5. So Rallius already with quite a lead here.
Yeah, we're moving opposite direction from one another. So it's gonna be tough. Who is gonna get the better info? Armani should E, it seems, but it's pretty far north. The 7.
Northern Taiwan might be.
Info for Rally.
Oh, he found the 7 very quickly. As Armani sees the 7 now as well.
He's in a different province, I think. I think it's a different.
Yeah, might not have seen the E or the grid. Doesn't know of the grid. Rally is looking up, lining up the angle. Armani still scanning, looking for more info. Every time it seems that when Rallius is already lining up his 5k, Armani is still looking for some info.
Yeah. It could be true. You assume that Rallius is going to be closer on along the correct road. Armani is not yet.
Well, we're gonna find out right now who's getting the closest. It will definitely be Rallius. Tire range is 2 points. It's gonna be way more than that. Rallius moving up to match point here in this semi-final. Now it is a real do or die moment for Armani, and he's gonna have to prove it in Mongolia.
Yeah, which is definitely gonna be a knowledge check. You want to be very quick at it. Not everything in Mongolia is coverage. Especially if it looks like this. It looks to be more Western. Tough for Armani, but I believe in him.
Of course, we all believe he is an incredible player that will not go down without a fight. He did take away a game from Rallius, better than last moving game, so it's already an improvement. I believe he can take more than 1. I have to find out. Rallius looking to secure his ticket into the final with 1 more round to win. It'll put him against Trichter in a epic grand final, which would be a banger of a matchup. Still more info to be sought.
This is a pretty big place all in all for Mongolia standards, so I haven't really seen any place names, but Gales seems to be looking at one.
Yeah,
might be close.
He found something. He zoomed in pretty heavily. Might just be the case. Armani shaking his head, not happy with what he is finding. Only 1 second left. We're gonna see, is it enough? It is very far away. We'll have a tie. Ooh, Rally is not being able to close it out. It ends up being all the way to the north. Almost towards Russia there.
Very close call there.
Yeah, Armani gonna have another shot at drawing back into this game. He's gonna have to do it, I would assume, in a USA?
Yeah, it should be a USA with these light yellow license plates, which be in Jersey, I think.
Yeah, Rallius did zoom in that region as Armani found something over here. Something on a truck that might lead him to the right place.
Trying to find info in neighborhoods like this. Always tough. Maybe you want to find a bin where the place name is written on it, or get to a bigger road as fast as possible.
Yeah, anything like
Wonder
those
how
suburbs. Yeah.
could be the place name.
Would assume then that it's to the coast, but these place names in the USA don't always make that much sense. As Rallius is scanning down this east coast around Philadelphia. Armani looking a bit more northern, although he is scanning southern now. And he does actually end up being closer. Takes another point away from Rallius. Already doubling his score. Rallius still up. It's going to be 4-2 now.
Again, back in USA. I do think this map has a bit of a bias here, but
We've had a lot of USA rounds, yes.
USA pinpointing journey.
Yeah, actually. Let's see if Rallius will be able to close out this semifinal over here, or if Armani will be able to climb even further back into this game. As not much information is to be found. We're in the middle of a forest, it seems. Ooh, we've got something of a bollard over there. Yeah, South Dakota seems to be where both players will opt to go.
Yeah, with the SD44, should be along the road that Armani is looking at.
SD standing for South Dakota then, I presume?
Yeah, could be. That is finding it as well. Could be a race now.
Race for the 5K is always what we would like to see. Let's see who can line it up the fastest. Johnson sliding is where Rallius is at.
Armani trying to find this off-road to the north. None of the street names seem to match here.
Timber Lane, I see, is where Rallius at. Both players around very the same area as Rallius does take it. The timer ran out. Will end up taking his place in the final next to Trichter with just barely missing out on the 5K. Knocking down Armani to the losers final. What a showing of Rallius here. 3-0ing in the semi-final.
Yeah, very well played. Definitely not what I expected. Armani has been very strong on the moving during the regular season, so him being so far behind all the time surprised me, but definitely a deserved win for Rallius here.
I completely agree, but it just felt like Rallius was in control in all of the 3 rounds. He was just playing the best. I think the best just won, and it proves. But that does mean for our schedule that we've got a grand final coming up later today, and it consists of Trichter versus Rallius. Now, that is a matchup I am very excited to see, but I think before that, we're going to take a look at our losers final, which consists of Consus versus Armani, which is also a great match to watch, and everything left to play for, since the 3rd seed will get a ticket for the last chance qualifier of the GCEC, which they definitely will want to fight for, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think we're going to take a quick break, and after the break, we'll be right back with, I believe, the losers final. We're going to take a look at Consus versus Armani in the losers final. We'll see you guys after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the Lowlands League Playoffs Day 3 Finals Day. The day is starting to come to an end, but before that, we've got two more matches coming up. We've got a lower final, which means a battle for third place, and the grand final coming up after that. But first, we've got the lower final. Now, I'm all cozied up. I've got my chocolate milk with marshmallows in it. I love it. I'm living the good life. I'm just casting here with Wouter. I love it. I'm all cozy. Good gameplay. Are you looking forward to it?
Absolutely. Absolutely insane gameplay just then. Armani maybe a bit getting washed out there, but that's definitely not a good representation of what he's capable of.
Well, he can show what he's capable of. I mean, he's got another match coming up right now. I mean, it is versus Constance, though, who was the big favorite to win it all, and there you have him. I mean, yeah, this man doesn't need any introduction. It's the man, the myth, the legend, the Roman god, Constance. Yeah, what else can we say about him?
He's Mr. Consistent, and that's what he showed against Trichter as well, but not explosive enough, I guess, to actually beat Trichter there.
Trichter just barely getting the better of him in a 5-game semi-final, which ended up being a very tight one. So that was super fun to see. But now Constance is gonna have to fight for a ticket for the last chance qualifier in the GCEC, and he's gonna have to do it against our good friend Armani. Let's see if we can get him on there. I mean, we all know him. He just played. He's gonna look for revenge. He is not someone to be dealt with easily. There we have him. I mean, Armani also had a very strong regular season. 11-3-3.
Yeah. Just about also missing out on the
same player.
On the second bye. Just losing out to Rick, getting 5th. So
true.
Unlucky for him.
But hey, he still made it here. So that's already an incredible achievement for him. He's also gonna be looking out for that ticket for the last chance qualifier of the GCEC. I mean, is there already some confirmation on what game mode has been picked? Because Constance gets first pick, of course.
Yeah, and there has absolutely been. Constance has picked moving again. Maybe saw last game against Gades and thought, well, maybe I should try this as well. Yeah. So
Armani didn't look all too strong on the moving, or maybe it was just Ralius looking incredibly strong. I think we're just gonna have to find out in this battle for third place of the Lowlands League. If we're ready, we're just gonna go and get into this.
It seems like we are MC, so
we are. Let's go. We are almost the last game of the entire tournament. The lower finals. For third place, we're gonna start on moving. We're talking Armani versus Constance. Game 1, round 1. And we're gonna start in South Africa?
Yep, very well. I think it was the smoke him again at the start. Looked a bit weird, but also saw Klerksdorp, which is big. Indeed, both players zooming in on it.
Yeah, I recognized it as well. That's why I said it. I didn't really catch my eye when we first spawned. So that's why I doubted. But yeah.
Close, but not quite sure which intersection.
Yeah, we're actually on quite a big road, so that could help with 5K'ing. Both players seem to have found it. Yeah, he did lock it in, so might have just found it. Let's see if Armani can find it as well. Or if he can even find the right place. Fast round so far on this moving. Usually these rounds take a bit longer.
The info is nearby.
10 seconds left as Constance didn't get the 5K. So Armani going 1-0 up here in this loser's final.
Though Constance does seem to be gone again. So I think we'll wait a sec. Just to make sure, because his camera doesn't just go out for nothing.
A very, very, very valid point. Let's just check if he's okay. But hey, Armani already getting more points here on moving than the first game versus Rallius.
Yeah, very true.
So that's a better start.
Kind of a weird pinpoint this was, but that was definitely not the mall to ourselves. So
Oh, Constance just
confusion is
locking it a bit too early. Let's see if we can get any reaction out from Constance to check if he is still online.
he seemed to be still online. Just his camera turned off, I think, for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, that could definitely happen.
Okay, then we can continue.
I mean, we should definitely continue over here.
Just without a Constance face cam. That's fine.
If that's the worst we're dealing with, I can handle it. Let's see, he is still moving, which would indicate that he is still playing the game. On to round 2 we go, and this looks more Southern America.
It would be Mexico.
Mexico. Again, a very, very viable option.
Not quite sure yet.
Ooh, a taxi is to be found by Armani. Not that much info on it though. Cons is looking for anything, both players actually, really. State of Guerrero is where Constance is looking at.
They have mounted to the west and to the north. Armani seems to be stuck
Yeah,
in this
Armani
neighborhood.
not getting out of this neighborhood. Confused with himself and with this layout. Not finding anything as Constance has zoomed into something.
Moving along the southern coast, I think.
Yep, definitely did, around Acapulco. And it definitely was there. Armani not happy with himself. Constance 7 kilometers away in the right village, which means he evens out the score and it's back to square one. It's 1-2-1. Moving on to round 3.
Being frustrated, couldn't get out, couldn't get the info. So
yeah, I mean, if you've he's had a rough semifinals, right? So I can only understand his frustration on these moving maps.
Having to play immediately again, not having time. Calm down. Might be a factor as well.
In Luxembourg, we get some Benelux action.
You get the 5. Which could be findable. It does prove to be somewhat difficult. There's the 5. Inside of Luxembourg.
Yeah, it seems to be Luxembourg City area at least.
I think, yeah, Constance was indeed close already. I think Armand is almost on it now as well. Right there.
Yeah, Constance locking it a bit faster though. Armani just a tad bit too slow. Faster 5k gets the point, which means it's 2-1 in Constance's favor. On to round 4 we move on. See some cacti, I believe, some yellow signs. For me that would indicate Mexico.
Yeah, this does indeed look a lot like Mexico. Blanca. Zoe plus. A lot of different signs here.
Looking for something of a state? It said like Signal or something, right?
Yeah, Signa HL, which would be Hidalgo.
Oh yeah, Armand found it as well.
I think he has a different sign.
Oh. I thought I saw Hidalgo on it as well, but might be
Oh,
my
here
mistake.
it says Villa Hidalgo in Jalisco.
Oh,
So,
wow, okay. Could be a curveball to be thrown here.
players opt to trust this sign instead of the other one.
Constance back to spawn, seeing if he can find the 5k.
Constance has it. Has Villa Hidalgo found. Armani, not yet.
Would just assume that Constance would have the closer's guess here then. But we will find out in 7 seconds. Is he going to be able to lock something? Doesn't seem too sure of his case. But definitely will have the closest guess with 246 meters away. Barely missing out on the 5k. But it's enough for the point. And it's 3-1 in Constance's favor. On to round 5 we go. Remember, it is first to 5, so Constance already over halfway there. Straight into India, I believe.
Yeah, Armani seeing the Rajasthan abbreviation there, so very useful. Noting what province he is. NCR is close, which he found as well. So Armani is close here.
Yeah, very good info for him. I believe Constance also saw Rajasthan on a sign. Also immediately zooming in to Sikar. So information evenly distributed here.
Constance actually might be looking at the right intersection here.
Around 30 seconds left. Let's see if he can line up a 5k. Armani's still looking at the signs of neighboring villages, seeing if he can locate where this intersection actually is.
Pinpoint somewhat difficult again. Should be doable within 170 meters.
Around 5 seconds left. Let's see if Constance can find it, as Armani doesn't seem to really get into a specific place. Would assume that it is Constance's point, and with less than 200 meters away, he definitely takes it, and with 4-1 moves on to a game point here against Armani. To round 6 we go. Let's see if he can close out this moving duel and go up 1-0. He's gonna have to do it here in Australia?
Yeah, Australia again. Oh, we do have place names here on Constance's screen, and Armani going immediately the wrong way. Not getting this.
I feel so bad for Armani. Every time, we said it a couple times now, that just he went the wrong side of the road, maybe. Just the 50-50. Do I go north or south, or do I go east or west? Could make such a big difference.
He did eventually find a different sign which had a different place name as well. Aubrey.
Yeah, he has found something. Oh no, also the same places with Rainbow and Jack Barrett or anything. I can't really read it. Japarit, it seems like.
Constance has the right road now, so he is going to be very close now. He has it now. It should be it.
Seems like it locked it in. 15 seconds left for Armani. Looks like we're gonna have a 5-1 here in for Constance. Well, can only happen if Constance has made a mistake. Does he's made it? No, he did not. 9 meters away. Red wins the game 1-5 with another 5k from Constance. That means he will take game 1. And it's 1-0 for Constance.
Yeah, very well played again by Constance. Armani again getting unlucky on the moving.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good pick for Consus to go onto the moving. Maybe normally he would have picked the no move, since that is his comfortable game mode, but seeming that Armani looked or didn't look as strong on the moving, it might have been a good and wise choice from him to go onto that. Now, I would assume, as Armani, you will pick a NMPZ, but you
You
will be the
are
one to tell me that.
completely right, MC.
Completely
Did
right.
in fact pick
That's
the
the thing
NPC.
I like about Armani. He will always stick to his NMPZ. And I'm down for it. Taking NMPZ to Kansas.
Checking if both players are ready.
Yeah, I mean, if both players are ready, we should just get on and get this game going. Remember, Kansas, a former world champion, the reigning Dutch champion. This is a big name we're dealing with. Armani also a player to be recognized, but still not a big name as Kansas is. So all the more important.
Both players are ready, so let's get into game 2. Armani's pick.
And
NPC.
MPZ. I like it, I like it, I like it. Now, what are we working with, Wouter?
Probably the country we've been 50% of the time, it almost feels like. US of A.
The US of A again. Mississippi, I see, from Kansas.
I'm not sure. That's clear. It's gonna be Georgia.
Quite a big difference, and it ends up being Georgia indeed. Kansas being closer, although 600 kilometers away. Small damage towards Armani. Moving on to round 2 of this NMPZ duel. We find ourselves... Ooh, this is a tough one. I see some brick buildings.
Yeah. Germany definitely makes sense with this kind of architecture. You have these Baltic-looking pines, maybe different pines, but they are Baltics because they are in Poland.
Yeah, it ends up actually being in Poland, and Kansas went there. It's just outside of Warsaw. Another 400 damage or so towards Armani.
Great start for Kansas here.
Definitely. On to round 3 we go. And I think we're back in Australia over here.
I think it's New Zealand with that polar.
Oh, actually.
Love to see for us the game master. I do think it's the New Zealand polar. We have coast to the south, southeast.
Yeah, definitely makes sense, and both players seem to agree. But is it going to be North or South Island? It's going to be North. Armani actually with a really good guess. Kansas placing the C at the wrong side, I believe.
Maybe. Or at least Armani placing it at the right side.
Yeah.
So
Beautiful guess from him. Getting Kansas off is flawless and dealing a blow to him. Moving on to round 4. As the multipliers will start to add up now. Both players seem to think we're in Thailand.
Would make sense with the pole in the distance and the yellow dash line in the center. Single one. We do have not the biggest difference, but still some.
Oh, Armani with another great guess. Same latitude.
Wow.
Damage times 1.6, and he's already done quite some damage to Kansas. So this NPC pick looking way better than the moving pick. And Wouter, you wouldn't guess it. We're back again.
Look at the mountain to the middle left of your screen.
Yeah.
Look at huge. I wonder which mountain that is. Players might recognize Mount Hood. It actually makes sense if you look at it.
Yeah, Yeah, at least around Idaho seems to be where these players will go. Let's find out. Armani closer again with a great guess, as the mountain will be Mount McLaughlin.
Yeah, great guess by Armani.
Taking the lead actually in this NNPC game. On to round 6. Constance left with 3.5k health. Armani around 1k above that. So both players immediately zoom South Africa on this one.
Yeah, also near the border with Botswana. It probably reminds him of Botswana, the low bushes or high bushes, low trees.
Around 8 seconds left. Both players indeed around the border with Botswana. Let's see Armani again with the closer guess. Beautiful guess. Damage times 2.2. This will add up another 777 damage to Kansas. Leaves him with less than half HP. Armani looking good.
Yeah, really putting up a fight at this NPC.
He wants that ticket for his last chance qualifier to the GCEC, you would assume. So not giving up easily, as Kansas places himself in Ukraine.
Armani is contemplating something very, very different.
Oh, yep. East Russia. Oh, this could be a big hit. Will he switch to there or will he leave it in Ukraine? We are going to find out. He will leave it. Where will it end up? It will end up in Ukraine. Armani praises God that he didn't switch. 980 damage towards Kansas. That would have been an incredibly big hit if he'd switched there.
Yeah, that would have been definitely been game. Would he have switched to all the way eastern in Russia? Very good decision to not switch there.
Almost all the way the other side of the world. As Kansas is getting dangerously low now.
Yeah.
Really well played from Armani, as he is closer again here in Estonia. It was just an island. Small damage being dealt to Kansas. As the next round is a savanna type landscape.
Yeah, very tough. A lot of eucalyptus trees to our left, so somewhere more towards the southern part of Brazil. I thought it looked a bit more southern, but the grass would put you a bit more north, maybe.
Overall,
very curious.
Very tough round. Both players around the middle of Brazil, around Guyana at least. Gonna see where it will end up being. It'll end up being even further north, but again, Armani closer. Damage times 3.1. Will it be enough? It will be enough. GG. Armani takes a game off of Kansas, the former world champion, and makes it 1-1.
Wow, very well done by Armani there.
That was a way better showing than on the moving.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, the NNPC momentum, he should just keep it going. Of course, now Kansas gets another game mode pick. So yeah, it's probably gonna be moving or no move, since Kansas is also very comfortable on the no move. So if Armani could just hang on or take one round, then on the next NNPC he could look very dangerously. But we do have a game on our hands. Is there already any confirmation on what game mode we're going to be playing?
Not yet. I think Kansas might be trying to fix his camera because it just stopped working somehow. And I
that's
don't
also
think
important.
It's,
I mean, I'm still all cozied up. I'm going to take another sip of my chocolate milk.
Very fair. As I now have confirmation that we are going to a moving map again.
Okay, so no surprises there. Kansas thinks his chances are the biggest of winning when he's playing moving against Armani. I mean, we're just gonna have to see and find out. We're gonna have another pinpointing duel. First to 5 round wins. Let's see who can take the lead in this series. Remember, both still playing for that GCEC last chance qualifier ticket. Both players definitely don't want to miss out on that. After this, we still got our grand finals coming up, so definitely keep watching for that one. And if both players are ready, we should just get into it.
Waiting for Constance a
Cons
bit.
is
He might
still
be
fixes.
checking his camera, but it's not the end of the
Still
world, of
fixes.
course. I'd rather
Definitely
he just play, focuses on his game.
I completely agree. He's gonna need it because Armani is not going down easily. It's proving to be a very difficult opponent for Consus, as he did take away this NMPZ game off of him.
So we are ready now, so I'm gonna jump straight in.
Let's go. We're gonna jump straight into this game 3 of the losers final battle for third place, Armani versus Consus. Let's see who can take the lead here on this moving game 3. Now we've got a very interesting round here. We're next to a coast. We're on the coast actually.
Yeah, literally on the beach in Peru, I would say, with the lack of car, but also the beach having the perfect angle for Peru. If we might find the place name somewhere, it would be easy to scan, as we 100% know that we are on the coast somewhere.
Yeah, the 5K could be made easy by the fact that we were on the coast. But will there be any information to confirm that is the question. As Consus is indeed zooming into the coast.
Yeah, very far south. We didn't get to see exactly what the road was.
Ooh, might have found something now, Consus.
Yeah, we might have missed it, but
It said Chan Chan, but I don't know if that's a place name or was just a brand name.
Xinjiang is where I think Gali zoomed last time. It was not exactly on the coast, I don't think. So we do have very different guesses here.
Yeah, this is already quite a big difference. We're gonna see where it'll end up being. It'll end up being all the way more to the north, which means Armani is way closer and takes the lead in the game and the entire series. This way, as we do see Chan Chan there. Goes 1-0 up against Consus here on the moving. But remember, last time Armani also took the first game on the moving, and he ended up losing it. Now, my favorite meta, grass on the road, means Ireland. Let's see if it still works.
Not quite sure yet. I think I did see a yellow plate on the back of that truck there, so
I mean, Consus is zoomed in there. If Consus agrees with my meta, well, it's not even my meta though. We do have some
not quite
sea
sure
or
yet.
a lake.
Might be Northern Ireland.
Could also very well be the case.
A lot of yellow back plates on Armani
Yeah,
screen right now. So
I saw it as well. So Ireland will be off the table. Northern Ireland could still be a possibility, or will it just be the UK? Not much to go off. No big roads or any signs or.
a sign now
Oh yeah, Armani found something.
with something Port Patrick, it seems.
Port Patrick and Drumore or.
Well, Constance is on in Scotland.
Yeah, Kansas in the UK indeed. This could be another big difference here. We're gonna see who will end up getting closest. It actually is gonna be Armani with the Belfast gas that'll end up delivering him another point, doubling his lead, 2-0 up here against Kansas.
Just about those 10 points, giving him 2-point lead now.
Yeah, this is what you want to see if you are Armani, just surviving here on the moving and then maybe dealing a final blow later in another round on an NMPC. That's surely what he is looking for. But he has to win at least 3 more rounds to even get to that game. We are in round 3 now. It seems to be somewhere in India.
No, it's going to be in India indeed. Where is going to be the difficult part again? Let's say some road on Romani screen, but I don't think it's that many place names. This looks more promising.
Yeah, this looks way more promising. Also some Latin script. Around
So very
25
tough.
seconds left.
Big sign here coming for Constance.
At least gets the state. I saw Jharkhand. Accelerated road development. Surkutu. Ramgarh.
Romani is zoomed in.
Some nice
Orange.
names. Let's see if he's actually found something or if it's just a vibe. No, he found something.
Wow.
It is Runchi. He will take another point and will go up 3-0. A great guess here in India.
Taking a 3-0 lead now over Constance on the moving.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
really.
that is really impressive for Armani, who was not looking strong on the moving, especially against Rallius, and now against Constance, he is showing up.
I think it's a real difference between the info heavy rounds and the not really that much info rounds.
Definitely. On to round 4. Let's see if Armani can get this momentum behind him and take another round as he's immediately zooming into some place.
Yeah, it's at
Constance found it as well. Already lining up a 5k.
Trying to double check. Armani sending it, not double checking.
Did he find the right place, or does Constance have time enough to go for the actual 5k? Seem to be going around the same place. Armani might have the faster 5k here. Yes, he does. He will go up 4-0 here against the former world champion Constance. Armani showing what he is worth here in the losers final.
Constance trying to double check it with the street name, but Armani saying, F it, just gonna go for it. This looks right.
Armani doesn't need it. Armani will just send it. Armani's got nothing to lose. And it definitely worked out. Now on to round 5. Will Armani be able to clean sweep Constance here on his own, or at least on Constance's moving pick? That would be a big hit for Constance, I would assume.
That would be insane. Again, it does seem like we have so many Serioa the place. Does make sense with the mountain to the east. Which means it's not on this map, but generated on a different type of map where some off-roads are mapped.
Could make it all the more difficult then. Constance is trying to line something up. Didn't quite achieve to do so.
Does seem to be the case, unfortunately, again for don't see that off-road to our east, so he's gonna have to hope. He's missed after 30 seconds, so it doesn't matter if he misses it here.
Yeah, he did guess it though. Let's see where Armani will go. We'll find out. Would assume this point will go to Constance, but might just be. Yeah, he is on it. Constance not going down without a fight. Barely missing out on the 5k, but does get the point and is on the board. 4-1 still for Armani.
Still good enough for Constance. Not getting the 5k. Still in it.
Yeah, technically waiting after the 30 seconds, so if he would have missed the 5k, he wouldn't just immediately give the point to Armani. It worked out. Now round 6, and we seem to be back in the US of A.
Ooh. That is for Armani.
Yeah, that's huge for Armani.
Really what he wants to see here. Now Constance going the wrong way. I think the 62 national, 175 state highways though.
Yeah, the 62 he found already.
Maybe he wants to try find a placement here.
Yeah, Armani
Instead of
could
finding the
be
road.
able to take a lead here against Kansas, the reigning Dutch champion and a former world champion, which would be a huge achievement from Armani's side. Kansas came in as the big favorite to win it all. Now finds himself here in a battle for third place. Let's see if Armani can find it. Kansas now coming up to some road signs as well.
15 seconds left though, MC. Is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? We are going to find out. Will Armani take it? Will we have a tie or will Kansas come back into this game? We will see it. Armani wins the game and will take his lead against Kansas, the former world champion, and it's 2-1 in Armani's favor.
Wow. Taking the lead here.
That is
over
another.
Kansas.
That is a big, big, big round to win.
Insane. And we can't go back to moving now.
We can't go back to moving now. No, we have to play NM or NMPZ, and since NM is Kansas's favorite game mode, I could only assume that Armani will pick NMPZ, since that is his favorite game mode.
Yeah, and he indeed did pick NMPZ again.
Indeed, did pick NMPZ. I love to see it. I mean, Armani is looking way stronger than he did in the semifinals, so something must have changed within him. This man is playing out of his mind right now. It's 2-1 up against Kansas. A big, big, big win for him. And I mean, could only hope and dream so that he would be able to close this one out, as Kansas is looking to draw out the game and go to another silver scrapes. For him again would be another big hit. We will see. Can Armani close out his series against Kansas, or will Kansas make it 2-2? We're gonna find out in this Game 4 NMPZ, the losers final. So we're starting off here in Southeast Asia. So I see a Malaysia and I see an Indonesia zoom.
It does seem that we are not sure on the country here.
Armani locked Malaysia. Let's see what Kansas can
We are in Malaysia.
do it. Yeah, we definitely are. Some small damage already going towards Kansas. Both players with a nice guess. On to round 2 we go.
The European round. Probably Poland.
Yeah, it definitely looks Polish, or at least middle of Europe kind.
Yeah. Achievement. I agree with Mani, but it looks so poor that it indeed has to be Poland.
Yeah, it definitely was. And Armani closer again, 236 damage towards Kansas. Armani starting off this NMPZ duel on a good foot. Moving on to round 3 we go. Multipliers will start to add up from this point on. We find ourselves maybe back again in India.
Yeah. Kansas more towards the middle of the country. Mani a bit more north of him. Switching south.
Yeah,
We are switching.
Armani not sure where to put his marker, as Kansas is definitely more south. We'll see where this will end up being. This could be a first big hit. Armani closer again. Answer lies in the middle though, with damage times 1.3. That's already 800 damage towards Kansas. Armani still flawless. Armani looking really strong here on the NMPZ. Looking to finish the job here against the former world champion.
Yeah, really, really trying to end it here, not going to a game 5 for nothing.
Well, he's gonna have to get through this round, and this round seems to be Russian to me.
Does appear to be a version of sand along the road. Seems a bit weird. I'm really not sure.
He is not sure.
Contemplating Ukraine.
Kansas locked it in though. Does switch to Ukraine, switches on and off. Yeah, that's not the switch that he wanted to make, as it ends up being Moscow. With multipliers ending up, that is a big hit, 1700 damage towards Armani. Constance now with a small lead.
Well done by Constance getting
Yeah, really great guess.
region there.
Moving on to round 5. Double yellow line could indicate Brazil.
Yeah, definitely looks to be Brazil. The region, I'm not too sure. Armani and Sao Paulo.
Yeah, this is a tough region guess. Both players thinking quite alike. One state next to each other. So we have 5 seconds left. Let's see if there will be any switches. Kansas switching to the state border. It'll end up being a bit more west, but Kansas definitely closer. So another big hit, 1,000 damage towards Armani. Kansas showing why he is supposed to be here. This man is not to be messed with. Moving on to round 6.
In Australia again. It's for me again between Wa and Southern Australia, but both players are in Western Australia. I contemplate.
Oh yeah, Armani looking for a switch. Kansas seemed to be quite sure of himself. Let's see, locks it in. Armani contemplating the switch. Happy he doesn't do it as he ends up being a tad bit closer. 130 damage towards Kansas. Moving on to
Well done.
round 7. As, oh no, it's not a USA again, right?
It is, unfortunately.
Oh my god, we've had so many USA rounds. I see
Too
some
many.
palm trees.
Seem to be South. I don't know about Florida. That seems a bit too far from my liking, but I'm not playing.
Yeah, Armani seems to be going for Florida. Kansas is doubting, goes for northern Florida. Let's see where it end up being. It'll end up being more in Armani's favor. 69 kilometers away, nice. Almost 400 damage to Kansas.
Great guess by both getting Florida there.
Yeah, really great guess. I mean, I saw one palm tree, so
I had to be there then.
had to be there, surely, right?
Surely.
On to round 8, the damage multiplier starting to add up as we find ourselves in South Korea. Last time both players, we had South Korea just plonked it in the middle.
Yeah, now opting to actually make a region guess.
Yeah, it's a hard country to region guess, right?
Yeah, very difficult to tell apart all the regions.
Yeah, and it shows Kansas just being a bit closer. Armani now being left with less than half HP. Kansas with a comfortable lead.
We move to a country that Armani always struggled with. Indonesia. We did see Nusa Pole all the way in the distance there.
Armani with his face in his hands.
Yeah, all about picking an island now.
Let's see
Kansas
which
might
island.
not even pick. Let's Armani decide.
Yeah, Kansas going with a tactical hedge. Since he has a lead, could be the tactical. Both players going for Timor. Actually, both players with an insanely good guess. Picking the right island. Kansas 8 kilometers away with a great guess. Dealing a bit of damage towards Armani.
Insane guess by both. Just off the vegetation, getting Timor there. And the right part of Timor as well.
So impressive. As we've now got some sea to our east, some ocean. Philippines could be the case. Armani shaking his head, not happy with what he is seeing.
No, it's an eastern coast in a country with only islands.
Yeah.
So,
doesn't tell you anything.
No. You have one palm tree, maybe two. Wow.
Let's see where they will opt to go. It'll end up being all the way to the south of the Philippines. Both players hedging middle. Around 500 damage towards Armani, being left with 2k HP. Kansas still looking comfortable. Above
Very
the 4k.
Fair. Do not commit there, even if you thought about it.
On to round 11 we go. Damage times 3.7. We see a bollard. Can't really make up what it is though.
Appears to be a Czechoslovakian. We have to believe Conses and Armani.
Could very well be
Conses
the
looking in.
case. Yeah, Kons is just locking the middle of Slovakia. Let's see what Armani will opt to go for. Around the same area, more towards Czechia, I guess. Yeah, Kansas with the better guess here, just the middle of Slovakia. With multipliers adding up almost 1,000 damage towards Armani. Armani getting dangerously low now. So we move on to round 12 already.
4 times multipliers MC.
Yeah,
And Botswana.
multipliers are getting dangerously high, and Botswana is a big country.
Big country with not so much coverage, so you really have to get the right region to get some points, or don't want to lose a lot of points.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. Both players around the South African border to the southeast. Constance locked something in. Is a bit more to the north though. Let's see where Armani leaves it. It ends up being way more west. Constance is closer though. Will it be enough to knock him out? Damage times 4. No. Armani barely hanging on there with 284 HP. Armani holding on to his last legs. Will he be able to knock out Constance still? He could be able to do it with the multipliers coming up. He's going to have to do it here in round 13. Gonna have to do it here.
Would be a bit of an easy update, I would say. I don't know if Constance agrees yet, but Armani definitely agrees, which is definitely not what Armani wants to see. He can die very easily here.
Yeah, I mean, Constance did zoomed into Para. But, oh no, he will click Acre. Yeah, he did click it. Armani is closer though, this will survive another round. Damage times 4.3, 600 damage towards Constance. This is exactly what Armani needs. Armani is looking to close out this entire series by winning against Constance and knocking him down.
All around.
Looking for that GCEC last qualifier ticket. As we find ourselves in round 14 already. These players extremely the same level. Yeah. Times 4.6 multipliers, and we find ourselves in Turkey. This could very well be the end of the game. Turkey, a very hard country to reach, I guess.
Yeah. Armani trying to line up a river with a little bridge going over it, so.
Well, we're gonna find out. Constance locked it. Will it be enough? Will Armani be knocked down? Will he go to Silver Scrapes? Constance is closer, which means he will win the game and will get another Silver Scrapes. It's 2-2. Constance wins it again. We'll get a game 5. Wow. Constance. My heart. What is this man? This man makes it so close.
Every single time.
Oh, I had faith in Armani, but Constance had some really impressive guesses over there.
Yeah, very impressive from both players. Armani hanging on there for 3 extra rounds, what you would expect.
Yep.
For him being on 200 health or something.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from both. And Constance showing why he was a world champion and is a reigning Dutch champion. He will not go down without a fight, but Armani pushing him to 5 games.
Again, I mean, 5 games for Constance.
That's
the
an accomplishment.
One we see of him today.
Yeah, it's... First it was Dan, then it was... No, then it was Trickster, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now Armani. Is there already some information on what we will be playing?
Well, we have to play no move, of course.
Yeah.
As it's the last game mode. Both players are ready, so...
Well, I would say Constance is definitely the favorite here, since his favorite game mode is no move. But Armani is gonna have to show up. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to beat Constance here and take that bronze medal in the Lowlands League? We will find out here. Game 5, Silver Scrapes. Armani versus Constance. And round 1, we seem to be in Austria.
The players seem to think so. I can definitely agree with
See a Germany now from Kansas. Yeah, Germany seems to be the case. It ends up being almost France. Already 500 and some damage to Armani.
Good recognition by Consus there, getting the Germany eventually after being
Yeah,
in Austria.
yeah, the switch was a very good switch indeed. As round 2 with a very tough round here. Only some
Ooh,
trees.
white car with a long antenna. Russia, by that. The white car mostly found in Eastern doesn't seem to be that easy. Not even going Sweden, I think.
Yeah, Sweden, Finland, we'll see, we'll find out. It actually ends up being Sweden with a great guess from Armani. Consus being in Russia, 2k damage towards Consus. Already a big hit.
Wow. Didn't think of anything else than Russia at all there.
Well, Armani did, and it worked out for him. Consus probably on the same thinking level as you did. Now on to round 3. Multipliers will start to add up from this point on. Very flat landscape.
The players win in Argentina would make sense.
Definitely does make sense. Both players around the same area. It'll end up being the Buenos Aires region. Armani just getting the better of Consus here. Some small damage towards him. Consus with 3.6k HP left. Moving on to round 4. Armani still looking comfortable here. We found ourselves somewhere in South America.
Yes, I thought it was Chile. It does make sense to me. Both players seem to agree. Weird green to our north.
Yeah, we do also
Grassy
have some
mountain.
mountains. Indeed, very grassy mountains. Some low.
Cannot place anywhere.
Consus seem to be around Santiago. I don't really know where Armani has locked. Armani has locked a bit higher. Won't end up working out for him. Damage times 1.6, around 500 damage towards Armani with a great guess from Consus here.
As we seem to go back to Germany. This time, a bit more infrastructure, but I wouldn't say it's easier.
Indeed, a very hard round again.
Reminds me of Denmark, so I'm guessing close to Denmark.
Yeah, the red brick houses as well. Northern, both players with an extremely similar guess, and it'll end up being exactly what you said, all the way up to Denmark. 100 damage towards Armani. Still a lead of about 1200 HP. On to round 6 we go. We've got some nice truck coverage again.
Very dirty truck. Ngalanda. What truck also commonly found there. Oh.
Yeah, both players clicking Kigali, the capital, but it'll end up being all the way to the west, near a lake.
Yeah, that's a very tough round to get there.
Very tough round indeed. Let's see if both players can do better on this round 7. Seems to be more recognizable, at least the country.
Yeah, with the white on blue shepherd. Might go France here. The road lines seem to be more Spanish than there. I think we should be in Spain here.
Should be in Spain. Both players, I believe, are around the Madrid area.
On opposite sides.
Opposite sides of the Madrid area. We'll see who gets the right side. It'll end up being Consus, a bit to the south, around Trujillo. Damage type 2.5, 1.4k damage towards Armani. Armani just above half HP. Consus not that far away from half either, so it is incredibly close. Remember, we're still in a game 5. Playing for a bronze medal over here and a last chance qualifier ticket to the GCEC. A lot left to play for. We move on to round 8 here in India. No.
It should be India.
Oh, it is.
Might be the Karnataka pool again, which Armani reminded us of yesterday.
Yeah,
It was.
Constance does lock it. So does Armani. It'll end up being a bit more north with both players with a very similar guess. 92 damage towards Armani. Just a tiny scratch on his health bar. To round 9.
Interesting Europe round here. I think we should be in Croatia probably.
It's a very tough Europe round. Not much to
Oh,
go
Bosnia.
off. Another Bosnia round could also very be possible. Bosnia towards Croatia would make sense here. Damage times 3.1. Probably wouldn't be the most damage here. As Armani ends up a tad bit closer. Ends up dealing 143 damage to Constance. Both players are very leveled with each other. Just above 3k HP left for both. You would assume there is going to be a big hit coming soon.
Might be here in the USA again, of course. Because why wouldn't we be back in the USA?
Again, back in the USA. Must
Yeah.
landing.
Yeah, I doubt. There's gotta be a place, but Armani is giving its best shot here to find it.
Yeah, he's giving it some thought, but it's gonna be very tough to find it.
Might just be the region gets along the coast.
Oh, he's found it. He was on it. He found it 38 kilometers away. And with damage times 3.4, it is enough. It is GG. Constance is knocked down. Armani will take 3rd place in the Lowlands League. What a victory from his side. Wow.
Wow.
Constance was way more north up there in California, and Armani, I saw it the last second. I saw it on his screen. I saw Moss landing. I don't know if he could even click on it, but
did
that was
not eventually click on it, but he was still
way
much close enough.
That was a very, very impressive showing from Armani, taking down the reigning Dutch champion and former world champion Constance and claiming his bronze medal in the Lowlands League. Big shout out to him. He also is qualified for a GCEC last chance qualifier ticket, so he will definitely be happy with that one. Be able to prove his powers there. So yeah, what a game. Again, Constance pushed to 5 games.
Yeah, very well done. Again, being pushed to game 5.
And losing 2 of them.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane. Might be just a format difference. It's not the World Cup format, of course, which he's used to, but I don't know.
I mean, it could very well be the case. I think we are going to be taking another small, teeny tiny break, and then we will be back with you guys for the big, the epic, the opus maximus from this entire tournament. We're going to be playing the grand finale. We're going to be playing Trichter, our Belgian representative, versus Ralius, the man, the myth, the legend. I mean, I'm excited. I know Wouter is excited. We'll be right back for the big final. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final game of the season. It is still the Lowlands League, it is still the playoffs, but this time it is the grand finale. Now, Wouter, I saw some up. It's not only the grand finale, it's the culmination, it's the ending, it's the finish, it's the climax, it's the home stretch, it's the high water mark, it's the end game, it's the coup de grace.
No way.
Ain't
All those
no
things
way.
at once in one game. It's
All those
impossible.
things at once in one game.
How is that
I
even
mean,
possible?
This is going to be an incredible final. Both players already locked their entrance to the GCEC, but one player is going to have to do it through the last chance qualifier, and the winner will take a ticket straight into the GCEC. So that is the prize they will be fighting for today. Yeah, I mean, we should just introduce our finalists here. You guys already know them. We're gonna take over real quick. Let's start with Trickter, I believe. There he is.
Trickter, of course, his favorite country being Europe. Getting here through Goofy Graphic Worm in the quarterfinals, who Goofy Graphic Worm was on the spree himself, defeating Trek with a big upset there. Of course, the semis, which we just saw, getting all the way to Game 5 against Gonsis and actually taking it on the moving. Now we're here in the grand finals against Radius.
I'm just looking up what Trickter versus Rallius ended up in the regular season. It was 4-2 in Trickter's favor. So it will definitely be a very, very, very close match. And of course, he's gonna, if he's want to win it, he's gonna have to go through Rallius. Let's see if we can get him on there. I mean, a very strong player overall. Had a very strong showing here in the semifinals against Armani with a quick 3-0. Favorite country, of course, India. And he got second in the entire tournament in the regular season, which is a huge accomplishment. So second seed overall. Came into the quarterfinals, beat Grata Gonalop over there with a 3-2 victory, which was a very close one. But then in semifinals, swooped Armani off his feet with a quick 3-0 and made it here into the grand final. I mean, yeah, what else can we say more?
Yeah, not much.
Everything is said and done. One thing left to mention is that Rallius had first pick of game mode, and I believe you can tell us what he chose.
He chose NMPZ against Trickter.
Chose NMPZ against Trickter. I mean, if both players are ready, we should just get into this big, grand, epic finale. I'm excited for it. Wouter is excited for it, definitely. I hope you guys are excited for it as well at home, as we have Ralius versus Trichter, the only Belgian in the entire tournament, versus the Dutch prodigy. Let's get into this.
Let's
Starting
get it
off,
started.
round 1, NPC. I see a yellow license plate.
Yeah. Which surely will put us somewhere in Colombia. I'm curious to see if they are gonna try to region guess it. Doesn't seem to be the case so far.
Could be very tough since we don't have anything really to region guess of. Something of a mountain. Ralius locking it. It'll end up being more towards Trichter with 130 kilometers away, so not a bad start from either player actually. A little less than 100 damage being dealt towards Ralius here in this first round. So we move on to round 2 here.
In Namibia, I would say, with the big truck blur.
Ooh, it is quite green though.
Yeah, which is found more in the northern part of the label. Both players are now on the same road.
Indeed they are, so that would indicate that they are looking at the right spot. Around 5 seconds left. I believe they are around the same area indeed. Let's see where they end up. They just went for the exact same guess. Will end up being a more to the southwest. Small damage towards Trichter. Get on quickly onto round 3 with some trees next to the road.
We are,
fields.
You'll never guess it, back in the USA.
Wow, back again. I've never been into the USA this much, I think.
It's definitely a bit much.
It is a bit much indeed, but we'll see if Trichter and Ralius know where this will be at least. Around Chicago is where Trichter is thinking. Ralius about the same thing. It'll end up being in Tennessee, I believe. Around 161 damage to Trichter. On to round 4 we go. Both players looking extremely locked in. Big final, of course.
Difficult one.
Yeah, not
It's
much to
all
go
about
off. A
Mongolia.
single pole.
It's gonna be difficult to say if it's eastern or western, maybe, without the car.
Yeah, this already could make a big difference, although both players seem to opt for the eastern side of the country. Trichter more towards Ulaanbaatar. He'll end up being more west, so Trichter with the better guess, though neither really close. Though it ends up being 1,000 damage towards Ralius.
Not bad at all for Trichter there.
Getting on to round 5 already. Damage multipliers already building up towards 1.9. Immediate zoom onto Argentina from Trichter.
Yeah, both players. Which would make sense to me with the yellow and white road line in the middle.
Around Rosario is where both players are looking to find this location. Definitely makes sense here. That province, it'll end up being the other side of the river. But still, great guesses from both. Ralius a bit closer, 600 damage towards Trichter. Good chunk of health scraped away from him.
Very tough round to say here. I think it's Austria, because I could just then see the signs at the end of the bridge. I thought those were Austrian. It might just be generic.
Could very well be the case. I saw Trichter zooming into Luxembourg. Let's see where Ralius will go. Ralius agrees with you onto Austria. 5 seconds left. Will Trichter switch or will this be the first big difference? No, onto Luxembourg. Ralius switch. No, he does not. He stays. Trichter didn't see the back of the sign probably. So Ralius with the first big hit. 2.5k damage towards Trichter. A great guess from him.
Yeah, very good guess there. Maybe also recognizing the signs there, but it was definitely difficult to see there.
Maybe he IRL zoomed a bit more than Trichter did. as he goes into his screen again for this round number 7.
I don't think you can IRL zoom more than Radius does.
No, I completely agree. This man is glued to his screen to find anything as we're back in the USA. Locks it in. Trickter still contemplating his choices. Switches maybe from state. Bit more western. See where it'll end up. It'll end up being more eastern around the area of Chicago. Trickter actually with a big hit, around 2k damage towards Ralius, who placed his marker in Iowa.
And taking the lead here, going into round 8 with a 2.8 times multis.
Yeah, it is a very small lead for Trickter, but he is ahead indeed. Multipliers are actually starting to add up, as you rightfully said. Trickter placing himself in Czechia.
Yeah, does make sense with the line to our north.
Ralius looking at Slovakia though. This could be another hit. Damage times 2.8. We'll see if both players leave their marker where they are now. They will. It'll end up being Slovakia, but it'll end up kind of in the middle. So the damage is kind of mitigated.
Yeah. Victor even being closer in Czechia, even though Radius was in Slovakia, the correct country.
Yeah, welcome to GeoGuessr.
Small Amen, as we call it in the community.
Yep. On to round 9 we go. Immediate Scandinavia zoom from Trickter.
Also from Radius. Finland though. Yeah, we are not sure here.
Yeah, Trickter.
Welcome Scandinavia stuff.
Maybe leaves his marker there for a hedge. No, switches onto Finland, and it'll end up being the right choice. Be a bit more south around Tampere. 81 damage towards Trickter. The playing field is incredibly leveled as we move into round 10. The scores are almost the same. Shows why these guys are here in this big final. They are so good at this game. Now on to Southeast Asia we go, I presume.
Yeah, Philippines, I thought. But if it's northern or southern again, or maybe even middle, again, very tough here.
Yeah, for me, Philippines is almost impossible to region guess, so both players are kind of looking just at middle. Trickter a bit more south. Ralius locks it. Yeah, it'll end up being even more north, so Ralius with the better guess here. Damage starting to add up, 1700 damage towards Trickter, leaves him with just above 1k HP left. Ralius with another good hit towards Trickter's health bar. Might be able to finish it here in round 11. A very difficult, foggy, blurry shot.
It's a really weird round. Everything is blurred. And we have insanely different zooms here.
Oh, we have a Thailand versus Brazil?
I think Cambodia versus Brazil.
Cambodia versus Brazil. Damage times 3.7. It doesn't matter. One of them will be right. The other one will go down. Who will be the person who will take the first round of this big final? We will find out now.
Wow.
It will be Ralius. It'll end up being in Brazil with a big hit to Trickter. 17,000 damage towards him. He will take 1-0 up in this big final.
What a guess by Ralius there.
A really great guess, because he did not only get the country right, he was also on it in Brazil.
Yeah.
Which makes it all the more impressive.
4,500 points there is very, very impressive on a round where you could only see half the round and not even the bottom of the car. So
I don't know how he did it, but I mean, I completely get why Trickter went Thailand there. I mean, the soil was kind of reddish and it was tropical. So to me, it definitely made sense. But yeah, Ralius showing why he is here in this final. Why he might just take the entire series, you know. Both players might. I do really like that we have a Belgium versus Netherlands final. Although Trickter is the only Belgian player in the entire league,
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
is,
it feels good to have him in the final.
it feels very fitting that one Belgian player
Yeah,
who
right?
is even is that it's possible to get to the GCEC is at least getting a chance there
Yeah,
to
I
get there.
completely agree. Now, Trichter, of course, has game mode choice for game 2. So could you please elaborate and tell us what he has chosen?
He will pick the moving, even though
Ooh.
you just saw Ralius absolutely cook Armani on the roof
Yeah, that's
moving.
true.
But he's
Okay.
still gonna go with it.
He's saying, Ralius, I'm not afraid of your your Belgian. I'm not I'm not afraid of your moving skills. I will fight you for it and on it. So that
Yeah.
is there's a ballsy move, but I like what he's doing. I mean, if
And the
both players
players
are
are
ready,
ready, Humsey.
yeah,
So
let's get into game 2 of this big grand finale. Still Ralius versus Trichter. Ralius is 1-0 up though. Moving on to a moving game 2. Playing the pinpointing duel, of course. So first to 5 rounds wins.
are we? I don't think we are.
As we might have set it to an NMPZ.
It might just be
As Ralius
a.
is spamming the confused face. That might not be the game mode we wanted to see here. Hey, it can happen.
All good though. Now we are moving.
All good though. We might be moving. Let's see if Ralius and Trichter can move. I believe they can. Which means we're on for game 2 of this grand final. Let's see if any one of them can make a surprise here. This tough round 1, as there is not much info. Looks pretty South American though.
Back in Brazil. We did see a phone code there. I couldn't see it, but
Yeah,
Ralius
Ralius
definitely did.
definitely did. Immediately zooming in to the northern eastern coast. Trichter still searching for anything.
But the 82 we see again.
Ralius already looking for a 5k. Has found something.
Maybe just enough. Thought I saw a street name there, but
Trichter now also finding the 82 phone code, so should at least be in the right area.
Ralius is already 5K, and I don't think it's going to be enough for Trichter here.
I completely agree, but it does mean that Ralius has to be able to 5k. 10 meter from the right direction, which means it is the first 5k of the final. And Ralius will go up 1-0, showing why he was so deadly on the moving against Armani. Might just do the same against Trichter here.
Yeah, I was really curious before the finals what Trichter would pick into Ralius, because he's just so consistent on every game, but it's hard to counter pick him. So you might just want to pick something that you know you are very good in.
Yep. Pick your own comfort instead of your opponent's discomfort.
I think that is the way to go against Ralius, but still very tough, of course.
Definitely is, as both players seem to be here in the UK for round 2.
Weirdill, it seems, if someone may find it. Do I have some place names now for
Yeah, and a
Trichter?
road number could be something to work with.
I think the place names on Richter's map definitely fit.
Then
Not
at least
quite the right one yet.
I believe they're looking at the same area both. So St. John's Chapel, that is on the sign. That's 1 mile away. So I assume Trichter is on the right road here.
Should indeed be very, very close here.
Found the A689, which is the road he's on. So yeah, lines it up. Should be another point, or the first point going towards Stricter, but didn't log it that good as we have a tie. Both players just barely missing out of the 5k.
Yeah.
Tie range was 1 point. Yeah,
Crazy.
no damage.
And it was exactly the same, so...
Moving on to round 3. Let's see if these players can make a difference here instead of another tie. Of course, Aurelius being 1-0 up in games as well as in rounds. Trickter looking for some revenge here. He's gonna have to do it here in India, I presume?
Yeah, it should be India. Which, of course, Gali is very good at India, so might see him take a 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, Aurelius had India as one of his favorite, no, his only favorite country, I'd say. So I would expect some good things from him here as Trickter does zoom in into a general region around Hoshiarpur. 30 seconds left on the clock, not much information to be found by any of these two players.
No. So it might come down to a region guess here, which I would favor Gali is in, but Trickter is zoomed in on the very northern part of India here.
Yeah, he might have found something that pointed him to this direction as Aurelius is zooming in
Same.
more towards the border with Nepal, I believe.
I think it is Nepal, actually.
Could also very well be the case as Trickter leaves. Yeah, he's going into Nepal, Aurelius. This could be a big difference. We're gonna find out. It'll actually be Aurelius being way closer, and it is Nepal. Aurelius doubling his lead, going 2-0 up here in this game 2 of the grand final. That must feel really good for him.
I definitely was with Trickter there. I did not expect that to be Nepal.
Aurelius must have seen or found something that would have indicated him to there. Or since he is such an India enjoyer, just knew that this wouldn't be that India.
I think it said the one just there on the pole that the radio zoomed in.
It was pretty scratched out, but he did find some road signs now. So at least we know we're in Taiwan.
And the road number.
Yeah, he found the road. This man is so good at finding these things. He's just scrolling and his mouse just locks on it almost seems.
Yeah, so quick with it.
Yeah, he's already locked it. Let's see if Trickter can do anything about this. Aurelius seems pretty confident he found the 5k. Trickter looking very doubtfully to his screen.
Yeah.
Finds
the
same information now as well. But I would assume it's way too late. And Aurelius might have already found it. Might just plonk it anywhere. Or hope that Aurelius made a mistake. Gonna find out if he did. No, he definitely did not. He has another 5k here in Taiwan. Which means he goes up 3-0 against Trickter here in this game. This moving pick so far is not working out for Trickter.
No, Gali is just happily continuing what he was doing against Armani, not letting any points slip.
Yeah, he looks like an absolute monster here on the moving.
He also gets to the info. That's really perfect move from him.
Yeah. He just knows where the road signs will be. Almost seems like. Now we find ourselves in another Southeast Asia round, I would presume.
Yeah, in Philippines, in Tali-Mundok somewhere.
Tali-Mundok. We'll see who of these players can find it out first.
Both players have this piece of information. Do they know where Tali-Mundok will be?
Trickter with a general area zoom around Manila, as Aurelius seems to be scanning that area as well.
Has more info as Orani as well, which is the place he's in right now. Now it's Talimundo. So that is very close.
We'll be looking for another 5k, as I believe Trichter is still on the other side of the lake, or the laguna, the bay. Yeah, Rallius already locked it. Might have found another 5k. He definitely did. 2 meters away. Another 5k for him in the Philippines, which makes him 4-0 up against Trichter and moves on to a game point here. Moving game 2. I mean, this man is playing so incredibly well.
Who can stop it? Apparently no one.
Apparently no one, especially not here on the moving, because this man is just 5k'ing like it's nothing.
Every round.
Let's see if he can do it again here. I would assume this is like a Uruguay or something.
Probably Bolivia, near Santa Cruz, somewhere.
Yeah, Rallius
Santa Cruz very
completely
big
agrees. Zooms into it immediately, finds a roundabout, sees if he's...
Ooh,
if it
might just have it already.
Well, Trichter
Looks
found
very
something
good
as well. Trichter looking at the same roundabout now.
Yeah.
Let's see who can find the 5k the fastest.
Road angle doesn't exist on that roundabout, so can't be there, but sure looks good.
35 seconds left to find this roundabout and to find the place that they spawned. Trichter looking to line up anything, looking for roundabouts. So is Rallius here in Santa Cruz in Bolivia. Let's see who can find it the fastest and if they can find it at all. Rallius found something.
He's happy with it.
Might just have found it. 4 seconds left. We'll leave it over there. I don't think Trichter found it anything, as both players are on the wrong side of Santa Cruz, and it's another tie.
Yeah, this ending up being the roundabout they both were on. Not being found.
Looking at the wrong side of the city of Santa Cruz de la Sierra in Bolivia. Still, it's a 4-0 lead for Rallius. So he's definitely looking to close this one out, and he's going to have to do it here. I would assume is the Philippines?
Yeah, I would say so. Well, I think definitely an unlucky stage for Trichter here, who is very good at Europe and is not getting any Europe rounds here. So
I mean, that's definitely the case, but Rallius is just playing out of his mind right now.
Has now moved, but wasn't moving at all, and is already very close to get it with Trichter now. The same city now, Buena Vista.
Yeah, they did find.
He goes for it.
He locks it in. He locks it in. It might just be the right angle. Will Trichter correct Rallius on his lock-in, or just end up finding the same place? We're gonna find Rallius is already walking away from his PC. Is this a complete aura move? We're gonna find out. Will this be his 5-0? Will it be another tie? Or will Trichter climb back into the game? He's found something, I believe, Trichter, but will it be the same thing that Rallius has found? We're gonna find out in 1 second. Will Rallius have done it? Rallius 5-0's Trichter and takes a 2-0 lead here in the grand final with another 5k in the Philippines.
Wow. 5-0 on the moving.
I mean,
Absolute
what am I
dominance
looking
here.
at? This man is insane.
And the 2 rounds they didn't get, they got 4, 9, and 8, and that was Santa Cruz. So, absolutely insane here from Rallius. Insane gameplay.
I mean, Rallius looking definitely like the favorite to win it all here, because this man is playing out of his mind, as we said before. I believe he gets to pick the 3rd game mode as well, right?
He also gets to pick, and he goes back again to the NMPZ, so...
Oh, he doesn't pick moving.
No?
I would have assumed he would have picked moving again, since he looked so comfortably on it now, but...
He definitely could have, but...
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go for some more NMPZ action for our 3rd game here in the grand final. Ralius actually on match point over here after 2 games. Let's see if he can clean it up, or if Trichter will be able to climb back into this final and make Ralius work for everything he's come so far. Are players ready, Wouter?
Both players are ready, so
if both players are ready, we have to just get into this game. I'm hyped. Let's go and get into game 3 of this grand finale. It's 2-0 up to Ralius. We're playing back on NPC. Ralius with the IRL zoom immediately into his screen.
immediately back in the USA as well.
We're back on NPC. We're back on USA. Everything like we never left it. I really like how Ralius switches it up. Like he goes into his screen and then slides back to take like the better general picture.
Yeah.
Hey, so far it seems to be working. Both players with a similar guess right now, I believe. Yeah, they do end up being a bit more east, all the way onto the coast. Ralius dealing the first little scratch onto Trichter's health bar. Quickly move on to round 2. We want those multipliers to start building.
Can we get out of the USA, please?
As
I want
the
to see something else.
the USA is just haunting us.
Impossible.
It seems impossible. Some USA knowledge goes a long way here in the Lowlands League, as both players opt to go for at least around Mississippi, right on the border with Arkansas. Ralius locks it. Let's see where it'll end up. It'll end up being a tad bit more north. Trichter with a great guess. 100 kilometers away. 300 damage towards Ralius. On to round 3 we go.
Maybe not US.
I
It's
certainly
still
hope
Canada.
so. Canada is also, of course, an option. Both players seem to go there, as Ralius opt to go for Newfie.
Yeah, again, see those lines very reminiscent of Newfie. Water to the east, and I didn't really see if they disobey.
Is Trichter as well on Newfie, or is he somewhere else?
He also.
Well, we're gonna find out. Trichter is closer there. Oh, another scratch on Ralius's health bar. We'll knock him down to around 5,600. Trichter with a small lead right now, a very small lead. And moving on to round 4.
Here's open there.
Indeed, I would.
Might be a meta, but
My first thought would be Russia here, but
yeah, I also thought it was Russia. Trichter agrees.
yeah, and so does Ralius. Gonna see around Vladimir. Trichter looking towards Moscow. Both players. Ooh, Trichter actually in Kazan. Ends up being even more west. Means Ralius is closer. Already 1,000 damage towards Trichter. Trichter around Kazan. On to round 5 we go. Damage multipliers times 1.9 already. Is this... No, it is not. We are in Kazakhstan, it seems.
I have to admit, I also thought it was the USA. And then I saw the
Yeah, right?
region, and I was like, wait a minute. Maybe it's Kazakhstan. I agree with both players. But it's in the southern part.
Yeah, both players around the same area right now, even on the same road. Very similar guess now. Well, yeah, it'll just end up being there as well, around 15 kilometers away from Trichter's guess. A really great guess from him, but it only ended up dealing 70 points of damage towards Ralius.
Great guesses by both. 1.6, 2.2 as penalties.
From here on, it's going to be a fiesta. It's going to be a party. It's going to be a big finale. As Trichter is zooming into Thailand here. Let's see where Ralius will opt to go.
Reaching guess island.
Yeah, very
Really
hard. Yeah, both players just outside of the main capital of Bangkok. Some to agree on that. Ralius locks it. Doesn't even matter. Trickster with a really awesome guess. 9 kilometers away on a Thai field road.
Even though at the last second he was zooming in on Malaysia, not quite sure, but definitely was sure in the end.
A really
Being
great guess
that
from
close.
him. Already moving on to round 7 here. The NMPC game 3. Remember, Ralius is still up with a 2-0 lead. He is on a match point. He might just win it all. Here, the Lowlands League and the ticket to the GCEC, where every player wants to play, of course. As right now we seem to be somewhere in BC.
Yes.
Ooh, it'll end up being Alaska, actually very far away. Ralius thinking, oh, why didn't I think of that? Still dealing some damage towards Trickster. Could have been a big hit if any of these players went there.
Could have been game actually if someone
very well could have been.
went Alaska there. I thought I didn't see a front plate there, but that also would have been for Alaska. No.
Yeah, and on to round 8 we go. As Ralius thinks we're back into Thailand. The eastern part this time, maybe. Trickster already locked it in. Both players with a very similar guess again. Shows how leveled their skills are. Players an incredible guess around 170 kilometers away. Again, Ralius dealing a tiny bit of damage towards Trickster. Trickster with around 4k HP left. Ralius starting to build up a comfortable lead. This is Trickster's do or die game. As the only Belgian in the entire competition, you would feel like he has the entirety of Belgium on his shoulders right now.
He has to win here. We have a shot at winning this final.
I mean, if he does, he's gonna have to push us to a Silver Scrapes game 5, because Raleigh is already on 2, as we're now looking at a Chile towards Santiago. And Trickster actually with a really great guess here, getting the better side of Santiago here, dealing 800 damage towards Ralius, knocking him down quite a bit. We're already looking at a round 10. These rounds are going incredibly fast.
Be a tough round again. I do agree with Lisa. I also thought about Vito, Minos. I think we 5K this brother.
They definitely did.
Very much close to.
Their guesses have been very similar, actually all game long. Let's see where this will end up being. Trickster moving a bit more north. Ends up being around the area of Belo Horizonte. 160 damage to Trickster's health bar. On to round 11 we go. Please tell me something, Wouter.
Looks to be Mexico. Single yellow road, I think. But it reminds me a lot of California, so it might be close.
Could very well be close, as both players are on Chihuahua, I believe. 10 seconds left. Ooh, there is quite of a big difference. Ralius tends to go a bit more north. 3 seconds left on the clock. Will both players leave it like this? We'll find out. Ralius is definitely closer. Multipliers times 3.7. Will it be enough? 1.8k damage. It will not. 2k health left on Trickster's health bar. Ralius looking to close out this final, getting him his first Lowlands League title. He's getting really close to it. As we move on to round 12. I think we're back in the USA, right?
We might just be back again. This time with some wider road, I think. So probably more towards the northern.
Ralius going
I
with
do agree that
the zoom out strat.
Yeah, and in the end.
I mean, there is going to be a big difference here between guesses. This could very well be the end of the final here. Let's see who has it on the right end. It is gonna be Rallius. Will it be GG? Damage times 4. See a GG. It will be GG. Rallius wins 3-0 in the big grand finale and takes his first title of the Lowlands League.
Cinema.
Wow.
Absolute geoguessing.
This man played out of his mind this weekend.
Yeah, no, he actually did absolutely insane in both the semis and the finals. The 2 places where it should be the hardest matches, he goes completely wild and just 3-0s both of his opponents.
I mean, this was such an impressive performance from him. 3-0 in the semi-final and a 3-0 in the final against players who are extremely good. Just, this man is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
He looked in charge through every game. There was not a minute I felt like he had a problem.
Especially today. Yesterday against Gato, of course, the 3-2 game 5 was actually really close, but today definitely. He was just a different player.
I mean,
absolutely
he stepped
locked
up. He definitely stepped up and it completely worked out. I mean, congrats to him. He's won the Lowlands League. That is an achievement to be incredibly proud of. Big shout out to him. With that, he's won a ticket straight into the GCEC, which he would be very excited to play in. So that is also something to really look out for. Trickter, we'll be seeing him back in the GCEC Last Chance Qualifier. I definitely believe in him that he can break some players over there, because still an incredibly strong player. Pushing Consus, winning from Consus. I mean, that was a series and a half. Insanely well played. So, yeah, I mean, that was it.
Yeah, definitely props to everyone who played, especially today. Actually, insane gameplay today.
Yeah, everyone delivered some insanely good guesses, and it only shows how highly skillfully the Benelux region is. With even, although the league was full with Dutch guys, the Belgian player made it to the final. So it definitely shows the level of the Benelux here. So big shout out to everyone who played in Div 1, in Div 2, in the playoffs, and everyone, because it was a blast to watch this. It was a blast to cast this with you, Wouter. A big shout out to everyone who's watching. You've got any last words?
Definitely thank you to everyone who played this crazy league of 20 weeks almost. So it was definitely not easy, and thank you very much for playing in it.
Yeah.
It definitely took a lot of time. Every game took about 1 hour on average. So 1 hour every week dedicating to the Lowlands League. Getting to this point is crazy. Thank you very much.
20 weeks of hard work paid off big time, and especially for Rallius, picking up the first win of the Lowlands League ever. Big shout out to everyone who was here watching, who did it with us, production team, everyone, the other casters, Yeses, Slam, everyone, we feel you, we see you. Diallo for production, even though you're not here. Shiv from production, we love you guys all. That was it from us. We hope you guys had a blast. We certainly had a blast, and we'll see you guys next time.